Ugh. How we doing? Ooh, boy, oh boy. If it doesn't work today, I will be tossing my setup in the river. That's just what'll happen. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. What up, Beckless Deadly? How you doing? I need to set my phone on DND for Do Not Disturb. Ink Charm. Hello. What's up, Albie? Whew. Okay. Should just work. This is. I will still say though, the curse persists. I forced I don't remember who referred to them as tech goblins, but I think that was accurate. I forced the tech goblins out of this, setup, and they have fled to other places. I don't know if you noticed, the thumbnail wasn't the Critical Eyes thumbnail, even though this event, I copied. If you've never, scheduled a YouTube live, which I'm sure is most of you, you can copy your settings from previous lives. And I copied these settings from a previous live, including the thumbnail. And it was the Critical Eyes when I set it all up. And then it was just like, nah. And I didn't realize it until right before stream. I don't know what the fuck is happening, dude. So yeah, this episode is absolutely cursed. I have no idea. Okay, no, that's too bright. I don't know what's wrong, but we're gonna get through it. We're gonna do it. I'm excited. The curse is embedded deep, honestly. But I don't even think we have a lot to go over. I've already done my takeaways and everything. Over there, the gremlins are on your side. We hate goblins as much as everything else. Good, as it should be. I guess instead of what do you call it? I forgot to get Microsoft Whiteboard. I knew I was forgetting something. I've forgotten a lot of things. But instead of doing, normal takeaways and comment review, I'll just do housekeeping because there's a lot of housekeeping to talk about. Clearly, I mean, you guys have seen the polls, the book club announcement. I've been thinking about a lot of things. Oh no, I forgot to set the keyframe frequency. Fuck. Again, I knew I was forgetting something. Okay, I need to write down. My internet lagged, but I thought stream buffered. No. Okay, wait, really quick. Before I forget, I got to write down to set the keyframe frequency. Set keyframe frequency. It should be okay, but YouTube will yell at me. And if YouTube is yelling at me for the keyframe frequency, which doesn't matter, I might miss it yelling at me for something that actually does matter. So I have to make sure to clean that up. Okay, that's all good. I was gonna go get the Microsoft Whiteboard because I wanted to talk through the scheduling stuff, right? The scheduling stuff because I kind of put the initial kind of the spark notes of my thoughts. But I want to kind of, be transparent about what I am thinking about, the things that I am trying to prioritize, and the reasons that I am doing so. Ready to continue half episode March? Dude, don't call it that. No, it's too accurate. It's too sad. Shit. Is this just the second half, or are you doing that in the first half of the next one? We're just gonna finish this episode. Honestly, if I was planning on maybe not doing full episode Friday anymore, I might consider just doing half ep today. But I was already pretty iffy on the idea of potentially getting rid of full episode Friday. I was kind of going back and forth on it. And then it was a pretty resounding reply and response of like, hey, we love full episode Friday. Which is good. Like, that's why I ask you guys. That's why I do the polls and the posts and the announcements, is because I really do want that level of feedback for things that I am like 50-50 on. Because if I'm 50-50 on it and you guys love it, like, that's enough to tip it over sometimes, you know? Now, for other things, you know, I'm much less 50-50 on them. I'm more, you know, 100 or whatever. So I'm not going to take your guys' as much into consideration. But for that, you know, I was very 50-50 on it. Let's see. Okay. Oh, no! I don't have my tablet drivers plugged in. Fuck. Okay. We'll talk over... I wanted to draw some diagrams, but we'll talk over the schedule in a little bit more detail, but also not in as much detail as I eventually want to talk about it. I'm here, but not quite here yet. I feel you, AKL. That's how I go through most of life. Finish this episode in some Kukuro. You know... Normally I would, but there's a whole list of off-stream stuff that I want to do. Specifically, I really, really, really need to finish and prioritize the highlight videos. And that just takes a lot of off-stream work. So I think I'm going to do that tonight. We could look at Daggerheart later. I'm not obsessed. Look, not to leak or whatever, but I've gotten... I'm not going to name names because I don't want to name and shame, you know, if people like drop out or whatever. But I've got a hard yes and a soft yes for doing the intro adventure for Daggerheart from two other creators. So I think I'm debating if I want to put together like the full like classic like 4-player party, or if I want to only do 3. 3 would be easier to schedule. But that is coming. You can blame me. All your woes started when I cut back up from VODs. It's all your faulting charm. I would have been sad if it stopped. Yeah. I think a lot of folks would have. Yeah. What up, Ella? How you doing? But so basically, these are kind of the things, right? There's a balance on availability, right? Versus here, actually, wait, let me show you. I brought this graph up on stream the other day, but let me go to Critical Role Watch. There it is. So there's the balance of this is when my viewers are on YouTube. It is basically 12 to 6. So when I start at 4 p.m. my time, I am like losing like basically half of the time that my viewers are actually online. So in general, I want to move up the time, but that means that I am losing kind of these later hours, like these like 10, 11 p.m., like the for the like Australians, right? So there's a balance between hitting peak hours versus hitting availability for a lot of people, because I want people to be able to like come in and like chat and like be a part of like the live experience. At least, and I think I've thinking through this a lot over the past few days, doing the doing the polls, reading comments, because people left comments on the last time I talked about this. I want to... What I've decided, like, I use the Northern Lion example of like 11 to 4. I think Mans has been doing content for like 7 years. He just needs consistency. He doesn't, I don't think he cares nearly as much about, making everything good for everyone else, as much as I do. And that's not like a commentary on him. It's just like, he's got a family. He needs consistency. That is a bigger priority, but it's still a priority for me. Like, I do need consistency. Otherwise, I will absolutely like, I will absolutely like, just fall, not fall off. What's the word? I will lose focus, if I don't have like a level of consistency. So my goal, I think, is going to be to target. I think that if I start at like 11:30, that is plus like, I think it's plus 8 or plus 9 at the worst for Europeans. And so, we're looking at like 6 p.m., 7 p.m. for Europeans, for like the Eastern Europeans. I think UK is like plus 6, so this is like 4 p.m. for them. And then, so targeting like that as a start time to kind of cover Europe, and then at least once a week doing something like full episode Friday, or occasionally doing some nighttime streams. So like, if I do like a Baldur's Gate stream, it's like 11 to 3 or something, 11 to 4, whatever. And then, I take a break, hang out with Paige. If I don't have anything going on that night, maybe like those nights we do something like a Kukuro, where like I kind of go back live for the Australian, Asian, Indian time zones. So potentially some 2 stream days. But these like nighttime streams will be inconsistent. But the consistent thing for Australians, Asians will be the full episodes. So I especially after everyone replied and was like, love full episode Fridays, plan my week around full episode Fridays. I'm like, okay, full episodes gotta stay. So then the question was, I used to do full episode Fridays because Friday was the least socially impactful day for me to do a 10-hour stream. Because, I worked every other day and I only did them every other Friday because I only had every other Friday off. So the reason it was on Friday was coincidental to the great branding, amazing branding on full episode Friday. I am thinking, after more and more thought and debate and discussion with like Paige and other people, I think I'm going to do Monday half episode, Wednesday full episode, Friday half episode. That is like the least socially impactful for like, my IRL relationships. That's like the least socially impactful like day to do it is on like a dead Wednesday, I don't know why I said dead Wednesday. It's just a Wednesday. And so then it would look like every day starting at the same time, 11:30. I'm not, I haven't quite pinned it down yet. Probably 11:30. I like starting on the 30. That way, if, for someone's time zone, it says like 12. I hate 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. I never remember which is which. Because for me, it makes sense that midnight is 12 p.m. because p.m. is the night. And so like midnight is 12 p.m. But I know that that's not the case. So I like doing it on the 30 so that it's always clear what part of the day we're in if you use AM, PM. I also personally prefer military time for a similar reason. But I think, I'm thinking like every day, Monday through Friday, starting at 11:30, and then occasionally having those nighttime streams, and then full episode, or I think someone said like whole episode Wednesday, or something, midweek madness. So full episode on Wednesday. So that, and then we'll kind of have like a, kind of like a Critical Role, like peak sort of deal, which I actually also think will be better for my voice generally, because right now it's like build up, huge load on my voice. And then Saturday and Sunday, I have to be like, I don't have to be like silent, but it's like, I had to like take those like essentially rest days. Whereas I think if I, put the biggest strain on my voice in the middle of the week and then kind of have like gradual ups and downs, I think that'll be better for my voice as a whole. So those are my current thoughts on it. And then probably essentially eliminating weekend streams for now. or at least like planned weekend streams. Like maybe occasionally there will be like a random go live on a weekend, but kind of eliminating those, because I'm also looking at, if I want to do this full time and I don't want to like go back to not full time, I have to make sure that whatever I set up now is sustainable, period. Like I can't do like, I'm going to hit it hard right now and like do like 7 days a week and then not be able to do that forever. Like I want to set up something right now that I could do theoretically forever. Well, T's not do. Oh yeah, about the Dagger Heart. I know. Meg After Dark. Yeah, hell yeah. The Full Up Fridays are the ones I can't always make. Even today, I have to go in an hour odd. So, I mean, maybe this would be better. Full episode Wednesdays, because that's the other thing. Is it's like Fridays are simultaneously the day that everyone is free. But because everyone is free, like your IRL people, like friends and family, might want to do shit with you. And so that is the other aspect of like potentially wanting to shift it off Friday, is not only to give myself more social flexibility, but also to like not take up an audience night with my dumb face the entire time, you know? So that's to have Full Up on Wednesday for me, if it's meant to target Australia. I mean, it's at least partially meant to target Australia. So, I mean, one of the things with full episode that people very rightly pointed out is because of the runtime of Full Episode Friday. Yeah, like some people in Europe might miss the end. Some people in Australia might miss the beginning. But if for a full episode, you're going to be able to get at least some of it. You know, you're going to be able to be live for at least part of the experience, which is what I really want to target, is like once a week, no matter what time zone you're in, you have some stream that is relatively available for your time zone. I think that there are still some time zones I'm going to miss, like that are like on the direct opposite side of the world from me, you know, like the, like Pakistan, Middle East, you know, like Russian sort of time zones. I think I'm probably going to miss a lot of those, but those are just such on the direct opposite side of the world that it's, you know, like plus 12 is really hard for me to work around. You know, plus 8, plus 10 is about my limit of like stuff I can actually plan around. So that's the current idea. That's the current plan. You know, I'm gonna plus 11. Damn, G Hercup, that's crazy. I mean, thank you for joining. Welcome. So with all that said, right? Let it marinate, you know, over the weekend. I think right now, and I'll make an announcement about this on the community posts and in the Discord, but I think right now, I'm going to go into Monday's stream not starting at 4, starting earlier. So starting like 11:30. You know, and go from there unless I hear like major outcry against this schedule. So I'll also like write it up in a much more concise way. But yeah, so that's the general, and I guess to package it all up, 11:30, I think. Start time for me, 11:30 Central. Start time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Full episodes moving from Friday to Wednesday. So half episode Monday, full episode Wednesday, half episode Friday. Those are what I'm thinking. So that it gives me a consistent start time, because I think people very correctly pointed out very quickly of like, the consistent start time is probably more valuable than the consistent end time, especially if I pair it with like letting people know what's going to happen a few days ahead of time, like, you know, making the schedule. And so, yeah. So I think that the consistent start time will be really great for me, but then the non-consistent end time will give me the flexibility that I need to, potentially make other things work. Also, is Twitch working? Oh, yeah, Twitch is working. I see Torben on Twitch. I was just making sure. No for the tech goblins. Crossing fingers for no tech goblins. Yeah, it's a Saturday morning. It's always the day golf with my friends is scheduled. Exactly, Deadly. Like, I want to make sure that people who are working normal ass jobs are able to, are able to hang out with their friends who are also working normal ass jobs. Always love the Friday is free as someone working at a hospital. Oh, fair enough, Arake. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Whole episode hump day. Whole episode hump day could be it. Yeah. I don't mind missing part of the stream. That's not what matters to me. It's good considering how much of your audience is non-US based that you're targeting so many people, even if just for a part. Yeah, I mean, I'm never going to be able to target everyone simultaneously without being 12 hours a day. But I think that's really what hit home to me. Like, really trying to think through a lot of this week was I'm not going to be able to target everyone for every stream. I want one stream a week that I can get as many people, that I can hit as many people as possible. Yeah. What's that start time? Because this was 4:30, which I can trust myself to get up for that, but for any earlier I couldn't. So the start time for you, if this start time was 4:30, it would be 3:30. It'd be 3:30 Deadly, which, yeah, and I mean, that's going to be part of it, is that, like I said, some of it is like that early one is mainly targeting, like that early start time is mainly targeting Europeans and making a good start time for me. Like 11:30 is good where if I have to do like chores in the morning, or if I have to have like an appointment, like an early morning appointment, I can easily go to those and still make stream every single day. So the 11:30 is simultaneously for Europeans, but also just a good start time for me. And another aspect of it is for Twitch viewership. It's about when Twitch is like almost at like 80% of its average viewership. And then from like 11-ish to like 4-ish is when the Twitch viewership really peaks. So that's also, for me, for my like time zones. So that's also something I'm kind of considering and thinking about, is that availability. Same with, this graph. So it's worth doing it for just a few weeks to see how viewership goes. Absolutely, yeah. So are we skipping Monday to get on track with that pattern? No, because we should be able to, if we can do, half ep today. Oh, wait, you're right. Because then it would be half ep and then full ep. Oh, no. Oh, man, I don't want to skip. Oh, I don't want to skip. We're already so behind because of the stupid tech issues. Shit, let me think about it. I'm debating right now. I don't want to skip. Oof. But I'm thinking about my voice, because my initial reaction is, okay, well, this week, to get us on schedule, we'll have full episode Monday and full episode Wednesday. But that might be a lot on my voice, so maybe it's like Daggerheart Monday, so that it's at least Critical Role adjacent. Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that it'll be... Yeah. I'll have to think about it. Try to fit an extra stream in somewhere down the line. Yeah. Full Ep Monday, special Full Ep Monday. Full episode Friday, just 2 episodes. Yeah, we could actually create a Dagger Art character. We could. Wednesday could be a finish Monday, and then stream games or theory explaining. That's true. Maybe 2 halves today, second half of 41. We can make next all half. We could make next week all half. I'll think about it over the weekend. Because, yeah, damn, I didn't consider that. I was like, this will just work perfectly. But yeah, it'll have to be... Monday will essentially always be the finisher. Friday will always be the opener, and then Wednesday's a full. Yeah. So it's kind of getting the pattern off a little bit. I'll think about it over this weekend and think about how we'll distribute Monday and Wednesday, because I'm very like unhappy that we've gotten so off pace and like so delayed. And I know that it's like technical issues and that, you know, to a certain degree it's hard to avoid those, but I really want to get back on pace for Critical Role. So that part of me really wants to do full episode Monday and Wednesday. But the other part of me, the consistency part, and like you got to be able to do this forever, is like, I don't know if my voice can handle 2 full episodes. Unless they're like really short, but I kind of doubt it. I'll think about it. Because I also don't want to do all half eps, because then that is bad for the Australians. We'll see. Health is most important. I know. Today is Ep 40 second half. Yes, Ink Charm. Yes. Ep 40 second half. And so, yeah, that is... So essentially, I wanted to ask on the last Daggerheart, what are your thoughts on wizards being healers in DH? I haven't really gotten to the wizard class yet. Is it because they have the Splendor domain, or is it because... Do they have like an actual feature that heals? Because, I mean, honestly, I don't really see why not. You know? I think it's a different kind of type of wizard. It's more of like the bloodbender, soulcaster, like alchemist, like stitching up wounds and such. Like, I think that there's a class fantasy there. It's just different than the D&D class fantasy. It's like a little bit to the side of it. But wizard is such a variable class fantasy already that you can kind of do, I don't want to say you can do whatever with it, but you can do so much with it and probably be right. You know? Or at least be hitting something for some people. I'll have to read over it more and like see like how pervasive it is, but right now, we'll see. You know, if you do half next week, you leave yourself free to explore all the rabbit holes. Well, and I also more accurately, well, not more accurately, but more, what do you call it? More, maybe pressingly, I leave myself time to actually get through the highlight videos. The highlight videos are something I really want to do. I think they're really valuable, and it gives me time to edit some other stuff because I'm still working with Eden, but I've gotten to a point where I want the longs to be very purposeful, and like I want them to have like a through line and a plot, and for that I need to spend time coming up with that to like basically like creatively direct Eden. And so there's just a lot of off-stream stuff I have to do. So that would be nice if it was half eps. But then again, we miss Australians. I don't know. We'll see. I think, generally, I think we'll dive into critical role. And yeah, that's general housekeeping. Like I said, let it marinate. Think about, you know, if you have any issues with it. I don't guarantee to respect or listen to your... No, I always guarantee to respect your opinion, but not always to listen to it. Because I'm pretty confident about this schedule, especially after like getting the feedback that I've already gotten. But if you have an issue with it, definitely point it out in the comments. Let it marinate, and I will certainly consider it. But that said, Critical Role. we're finally going to see the aftermath of the dragons. Finally going to get into the Chroma Conclave only about a week and a half late.
Being enhanced by some sort of arcane means, whether it wants to be heard. And as you can see now, as it hits over the far south walls of Iman, it shouts out once more.
Hear me, insects. You that live, do so out of mercy. Fight or flee.
So, CR a little quiet. Okay. Got it. Can do. One moment. Blah, blah, blah.
You forfeit that mercy.
Oh, still a little quiet.
Know that your pitiful guardians brought this upon you. That blood.
Oh yeah, John, you're right. I'll check out the Google sheet. Because if both of the episodes, like if 41 and 42 are both relatively short, we might be able to get some full episodes in. But we'll see.
Is on their hands. Vengeance has been swift. And in its wake, a new age is upon you.
Making its way towards the center of the city.
Be thankful, for until now your lives had no purpose, no meaning. Abandon your gods, your paltry convictions, for now you have a new purpose.
Oh, good point, Albie. This is on normal, but I think 1.25 will be good for this one because this. Oh, dude, I don't even have the time codes because we haven't needed them in so long. I have them though. No, I got them. Don't worry. So yeah, this part ends at 38, and then the next part, the second half, is about an hour. So yeah, we'll definitely keep it on 1.25, just a little bit faster, But yeah, I think we'll get through it in a relatively reasonable amount of time. What up, Dr. Hoovy? How you doing? I feel like this speech has lasted weeks. Honestly, I've seen this speech maybe 5 times.
To serve me!
And with that, you hear the clattering impact once more of the Cloudtop District as a half dozen buildings collapse under its weight as it slams into the center of what probably still stood tall in the middle of the city of Amon. You hear the crumbling wreckage echoing in the distance as it slides to a halt, and a couple of distant slamming sounds as it kind of makes its way into the central borough where the palace once was. Quiet now takes the air as all the people are still standing frozen in fright of what they just saw, and slowly begin making their way into the keep, kind of whispering, shaking, crying under their breaths, the survivors that are not frozen in the center of Greyskull Keep's courtyard. What do you want to do?
What do you want to do? I mean, yeah, Travis. Oh my gosh, that is. I like the especially if you are a DM, jumping straight into it. Especially if you are a DM that is doing these sorts of monologue or cutscene type stuff. I think it is definitely good to have, I don't want to say like a keyword, but like some sort of indicator that you're sort of out of narrative mode. Which I think Matt just displayed right there was just a very simple, like, what do you want to do? I think that having some sort of standard like that, if you do these sorts of monologues, that it would be weird or rude to interrupt, like on the player end. I think having like a distinct transition out of that kind of monologuing state to kind of let your players know, like, hey, it's no longer rude to say what you're gonna do. I doubt they know what they can do. Oh yeah, I mean, in this case, it is like, fuck, what do we do? But in general, I think a good a good DMing trait on display from Matt.
That is entirely viable.
Everyone,
Oh, no more buzzing.
we need to go inside.
Yes.
Is this because of us? Can we heal the frozen people?
Is this because of us?
Possible.
Don't know.
You guys make your way out towards the people that are currently frozen in the courtyard. Do you want to use your cure wounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. You use a level.
2.
Okay.
How many people are frozen?
Currently, I'd say about 14 people are frozen in the courtyard.
Can we all just do medicine checks?
6 of them are partially shattered, like as part of the impact. Their bodies like, and part of the torso is just busted.
So I can
Arms
finish
missing,
that
upper body's missing. As you cast your second level cure spell and you reach out and touch the person to heal them, a crack forms where your hand touches the body before the upper part of their torso, head, and leg just breaks into ice, and you get the feeling looking around that these individuals are beyond saving at this point.
It's too long. It's too late.
Inside.
I mean, this is this is a bit of what did we call it? The trinket clause on display of, like, you know, they could heal trinket, but I think this is maybe a minute after they healed trinket, maybe less. I mean, I guess they've made death saves at that point. So I guess the assumption is that they failed death saves and trinket hadn't failed any yet. I do think it's good on Matt to be like, okay, yeah, like you try your one spell and it doesn't work on this person, it's not going to work on the rest. Like, I think it's okay to, like, let them try and fail something, waste that spell slot. That's fine. But then letting them know, hey, don't waste anymore. Like, you could, as the result, like, the thing that you get out of that resource expenditure, right, is getting that information that all of these are that all of these are not beyond saving. I think me being on all the time with the roleplay is probably why all my players kept making dick jokes. It makes things too tense. I mean, there's certainly a level of what do you call it? There's like a kind of a therapy word for it. Coming up for air, of like when things are tense, you want to make a joke or like kind of come up from air, break the tension a little bit. Things like that. I think it would really work well if it were established as a survival challenge, like you have to last 4 rounds. Yeah, I mean, so there, I do agree, G Hercub, of like there, and that's something I actually talked about in I think the first part of EP 40, of like making like talking about like surviving a natural disaster. The only thing that I think about that, like you have to last 4 rounds or whatever. I'll tell you exactly how I think you could have done that is having Red say like Vorugal, or not Vorugal. Yeah, Vorugal. Vorugal starts attacking the keep, right? And you hear Red from a distance. Red is still off in Amon. He's still flying over. He's still fucking shit up. And he notices Vorugal fly down because some of them were on top of the keep. They would have been able to see a potential interaction. We know that Red can project his voice, over the whole city magically. Probably thaumaturgy, or something similar. And you absolutely could have had Red say, Vorugal, like, move on. Like, have Red essentially do the first part of ordering Vorugal away, like, instantly. So Vorugal sweeps down. Red is immediately like, what are you doing, Vorugal? Move on to your assigned blah, blah, blah. I don't know. However Matt wants to say it. And then narrate that you see Red flying towards you. He'll probably be here in 4 to 5 rounds. So that way, you essentially set up a BitD-esque clock, where you like set up a clock for the players and you say, okay, in this many turns, Red is going to show up. He looks pissed at Vorugal. And so that does set up exactly what you're talking about. It absolutely sets up a manner of survival challenge for the players, where they don't have to really debate on... I mean, they might still debate on hiding. They might still debate on running, because they don't know what Red's intentions are. But it makes it feel way less out of nowhere. Like, it makes it feel very like, thing happened, consequence happened. It's not like a huge, like, wah, you know? So I think you could absolutely make that a more clear survival challenge to the players. But to be fair, you might not want it to be clear. Like, you might value the surprise aspect of Red coming in more. But I do think that if you foreshadow Red coming, it does turn it into more of that survival challenge. Any key points I missed in pre-episode? Yes, AKL. Definitely rewatch. I don't even think there were death saves. Those commoners took 10 times their health in cold damage. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. Oh, what up, Kayru? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Everyone inside now.
Yeah, we all go inside.
Come along.
All right. So, you guys make your way inside the keep. People are kind of just looking about, and people are just running through the rooms trying to find a place to keep safe. You can see already in the armory, there's like a family in there. They're huddling, just kind of crouched in the corner. Some people have moved on towards the kitchen. Some people are shouting, trying to see if anybody they lost eye contact with is inside. You hear a couple people shouting names. Sean, Kayla! Different names being shouted as if they're hoping that somebody that they got separated from may have made it in. A couple do. A few seem to continue to shout fruitlessly. But the inside energy of the keep is one of tension, fear, and mounting sadness.
Can I find Irvin?
You can. You told the people within the keep to go downstairs.
Yes,
to
I
hold on.
go and find him and tell him to start setting up as many beds as he can, as many in the cathedral that we have to in the chapel, to maybe give some of these people places to stay for the time being.
All right. So
Can I go into the temple?
You can. As you head downstairs too, you can see Jarrett is still there sitting with his crossbow on his lap, and he's been doing his last duty, which was to watch over your workshop. And as you come downstairs, he goes, "What's going on? I heard noises upstairs. Is everyone all right?"
No.
Everything's gone.
May I be excused to aid Irvin in this duty?
Please do.
All right. He gets up and puts his crossbow away, heads upstairs to Irvin, and Lena kind of is still shaking. She goes, "For having guests, should I make food? I don't know what to do.
Simple food.
All right.
Fruit. Anything.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start preparing it.
Percy, can
Yes.
I have a word with you, please?
I step inside my workshop.
Can I go? May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Can you shut the door?
Is there anywhere private in this place at this point, or
Nobody's in the workshop yet.
Nobody's in the basement workshop area. Everyone's seemingly just scattered on the base floor of the keep.
all right?
Can you lock it?
All right.
Listen, the skull that we took out of that house, I haven't told you, but it grants a wish. And only those that dark things have touched can use it. That's you, and that's me, as far as I know. It said it wanted you, but I wasn't going to let him have you. It grants a wish we can change all of this. I feel like it was there in case the dragons came out of that portal. It was facing the inside of the room, it moves, there's something in
That's okay. I had thought that the skull was representative of the dragons, of one of the dragons, of the green dragon. Well, originally I thought the skull with the gem was a genie based on the wish stuff and the stuff moving inside of the crystal eye. Then I thought, this is ultimately for no spoiler heads up in there. Oh, is it not pinned? Oh, it's probably pinned to... Is it not pinned in YouTube chat? Oh, I thought, it's pinned in Truffle chat. Can non-mods use commands? Yes. Yeah, non-mods can use commands. So here, I need to go back to basic chat. I saw that it was pinned, but I didn't see buffering. Oh gosh, hopefully not. Yeah, let's pin that. There we go. Okay. I need to remember to do that at the beginning of every stream. I'm taking an extra long lunch break for this. I mean, it's good. It's very, very good. It's very intense. So I thought that... originally I thought that it was a genie. Then I thought it was representative of Raishan. And that it was essentially the equivalent of like a permanent scry. And that was how the Chroma Conclave knew that Vox Machina was in Amon and started their assault on Amon. I thought that was the why now. But unless Grog is like fucked in the head, which absolutely could be the case, it is very... He would have to be like lying or insane to be like it can only be used by people who have touched dark things it wanted you. Like, I cannot imagine, but that doesn't make sense with the dragon stuff. It makes sense with a genie, but then that kind of throws the whole theory about all of, the dragons kind of matching up to one of each object out the window. Interesting. I really don't know what's going on with Grog here. If this is like the truth, like I don't know what's up with this fucking skull.
In there. I feel like it's a weapon. What the fuck else are we gonna do? We go for more help? It'll get killed coming to this city. We're not strong enough to take 4 of these fucks.
I have an opportunity here, but we're going to have to be careful.
Listening?
All right. We're going to need more than just you. We're going to need a few of the others, just in case.
They have to be touched.
This is how it's going to work. I'm going to take it out. I'm going to have you go. I'm going to remove it from its hiding place while you go get the rest of them from upstairs.
Who?
Down
Rest
here.
of who?
At the very least, Vax, Keyleth, the very least.
Keyleth? She's
I need-
bleached whiter than... Whitestone.
Exactly. We need good people, and I'm going to try and talk to it. To try and discern what it is and how it works and what it wants. And if for some strange reason things go wrong, I need people who would be more than willing to, at the very least, knock me out. So I'm going to be needing you, and at least one other, preferably a magic user, ready to deal with me if something goes weird.
I step closer to Percy. I think you only need me.
I need one other, just in case.
Name one other.
Keyleth. Or Vax, pick your choice, honestly. Whoever.
What is Grog's deal? Like, this isn't random, obviously. This is like this is a choice. And it obviously has to do with Craven Edge. It has to do with the skull. There is obviously something that Travis is not telling us. What the fuck is up with Grog?
Whoever's less busy upstairs.
Of like very specifically saying, do not bring anyone else. Like, this sounds like he's like fucking possessed and he's gonna murder Percy.
All right. I leave.
I'm going to take the skull out of the hiding place so that he doesn't see where I'm removing it from.
Okay. While this is happening, Pike, Keyleth, Vex, Scanlan, all of you guys begin helping the guards take beds out of your rooms and bringing them downstairs into the main foyer area, basically turning this into a makeshift living space for refugees. Heading towards and moving them into the Temple of Sarenrae. As you go into the Temple of Sarenrae, you get a bit of a feel of the damage that was sustained from the impact of the dragon upon the top of the keep.
I follow Pike into the temple.
A large portion of the stained glass on the roof and on the outside has been shattered from rocks and boulders that were chunks of the top of the keep that were knocked off. And looking up, you can see the roof of the keep itself has sustained a fair amount of damage. Not enough to really be of a serious issue, but it is in a bit of disrepair visually. As you guys are taking the beds from the upstairs to the downstairs, you do notice that a portion of the roof has caved in on the second floor. The guest room has been ruined, and the southmost room, which I'll have to check to see who's supposed to be living there, is partially collapsed inward. You can see the ceiling, or the sky from underneath. There is a fair amount of damage to the top of the keep from the impact.
I just kind of back into a corner in the temple and collapse into a corner.
Okay.
Could I? I'd like to go over to a quiet spot in the temple and start saying a prayer.
Okay.
And I'd like to cast Planar Ally.
Okay.
Which you beseech an otherworldly entity for aid. So I would like to call on Sarenrae.
All right. Let me pull this up here. What level is this?
It's a 6th level.
All right.
So,
Let's see here.
you have to.
I've never played with a cleric. All I am aware of as like cleric like intervention shit is like their feature divine intervention. No, I had no idea they had a spell for it too.
Ask the creature to perform a service in exchange for payment.
Mm-hmm.
But,
So yeah, what would you like to do?
well, I think I just. If I'm, I don't know. I think if I say, you know, Sarenrae, I've been rebuilding your temple for months, so please help us in battle and help us rebuild our city. If that's service enough.
Okay. So, as you reach out, you feel Sarenrae's warmth come to you, wordless, attempting to comfort. But even then, there is a trepidation in Sarenrae, who is, you gather herself, still kind of taking in these circumstances that have happened. You feel that warmth begin to coalesce into a specific form, and everyone who has come into the temple with you kind of gasps aloud as over the central worship platform in the center of the temple, a glowing orb begins to form that then slowly takes the form of a humanoid with wings similar to the ones that you wore in your celestial form. As the light fades, you can see, just levitating roughly a foot off the ground, a human, white eyes, pale blue skin, hairless, with a simple breastplate that's silver with gold lining on it, a single sword sheathed at the side, and a beautiful pair of white angel wings sprouting from its back as the entity stands there, looks down towards you. I have been sent to your aid. Are you, Pike Trickfoot, to give me a task? The voice itself seems otherworldly. And understanding the basis of the spell, you need a specific task in mind for it, and it is expensive to maintain in materials the longer the task requires.
Okay. We need your help. As you can see, our city has fallen to pieces by these dragons that are attacking us. And we just ask that you aid us in battle somehow.
Lead me to a battle if you wish. I haven't much time on your plane. If you have a task I can complete at this moment. And you know, this, to maintain the spell, costs about 100 gold per minute.
Okay. Ah, shit. Okay.
Or 1,000 gold an hour, depending on the thing. Or 10,000 gold per day.
Don't be bummed about it. Just pay for it.
Dial 1-900.
Depends.
Sarenrae.
Yeah, depends on the task you require. It needs to be a little more specific than just aid us in battle if there isn't an immediate.
Yeah, Albie, I agree. I like this evolution because I think you pointed out well of this isn't the first mention of material components. Yeah. No, because Keyleth's spell, Hero's Feast. They've talked about material components in regards to Hero's Feast, but I do agree that Matt is not just like, because there's an aspect of like, oh, she didn't read the spell, she didn't really think about like the task, the material components clearly, but instead of, I think it's very clever and good for the show that he worked it into the narration of like, okay, here's this basically NPC that you can specifically talk to and will basically inform you of what you missed about the spell, which is harder to do with like, you know, Keyleth's Windwalk. But the I think at your tables you can break the fourth wall and just be like, yo, like, by the way, it's kind of like a big material component, gotta have a specific task. To Matt's additional credit here, I think he goes above and beyond, and I don't think he needs to if this is, a home table, but I understand why he is doing it for, a live streamed game. So yeah, I like this. I think it's a little bit easier when you're talking directly to an entity rather than casting a spell. Or rather than just like casting like a nature-based spell. But I do like his handling of it rather than, the Keyleth incident. Do any of them have access to Greater Restoration? I think Pike does. I also think it's evidence that he himself probably disagreed with how he handled the Windwalk just one episode ago. Yeah, I mean, it's good self-reflection. I mean, it's at least evidence. We'll never know exactly their thought processes around anything. One of the dogs just asked to go outside. How long has stream been live? I actually don't. Oh no, I forgot to set recording. Fuck. Whatever. We'll never know, but I do think it is a distinct point of evidence that like he seems to be handling this pretty differently. I also think Matt might break the fourth wall more if this wasn't right after such a crucial and cinematic scene. Very fair. Very, very fair. You don't want to break. You've got them in this like very distinct tone, and breaking the fourth wall certainly might break that tone more. So I think that's a good point. Wait, let me see. Okay, good. Thank goodness. Yeah, I will. I think. Yeah, that tone. The dogs are wanting to go out, and I agree. I will run an ad on Twitch. Let's see. I gotta get to the creator dashboard though. Pike used it to remove a point of corruption from Percy. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think normally I would have waited a little bit longer for a break. I would have waited for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, but yeah, dogs haven't been out in a while and they're kind of panting at me. So we'll do a quick bio break. Fill up your waters, go to the bathroom. I'm going to take the dogs out and I will be right back. What up? What up? Hello, hello, hello. We're back. It's no longer a break. The doggies have been figured out. What does Top Chat even do? Basically, Top Chat is essentially YouTube giving you like an opt-in. It's not like a spam filter, but yeah, it filters out potential spam, but it's very what would you call it? Generous? No, opposite of generous. It's very not generous with what it thinks is spam or whatever. No sound? Wait, really? Overzealous? Yeah, overzealous. Wait, am I? Oh, I can hear? Okay, cool. Okay, that's what I was hoping. Okay. But, yeah. So that's I think that's the problem with Top Chat. It would probably be, maybe a little bit more useful if there was like hundreds of messages coming through, a second or whatever. But when it is like a relatively small community, it's definitely not worth doing. Oh no problem, Remy. I want to know if it does happen. So I'm always fine with the thought. Finicky, yeah. Anyways, critical role.
Immediate battle happening, because the longer it's out, the more expensive it'll be. You ask to rebuild, and it looks to you and says, if you require my aid in rebuilding.
Fuck, you know what? I completely forgot to run an ad. I literally pulled it up. I am sorry, Mustang. I pulled it up to run an ad and then just didn't. Okay, I'm actually going to run an ad right now. It's a 60-second ad. So I'm gonna run the ad really quick, and then I'm gonna pull up something while I do, so I won't watch the episode. So running the ad now. Okay, awesome. So while we do that, I'm going to pull up the Obsidian Vault, like the theory vault. Let's see. Gotta open a new vault. And I will say a lot of this, of me like setting shit up right now or whatever is hopefully going to be less prominent as we go. I'm still somewhat like I don't have my macro set up yet. I used to have a lot of stuff where I had like coded little helper programs to help me set up for stream. But since we're on the new computer, it is less not less viable, but I haven't done a lot of that yet. So let's see. That's the wrong screen. Oh wait, is it not? Wait. Don't lock it in place. Aha, it was hiding. It's hiding. Okay, so I'm thinking occasionally I could have kind of the tablet like down here. You know what I'm saying? Almost. Or I could have it over you guys. Wait, let's think about this. I think this placement could work. Or maybe this placement. Where we can still see these guys, but then we can't see captions. If I put captions up here, we can.
And she puts her head.
Oh, whoops. If we put captions up there, but then that kind of covers up their face. Oh, man. I don't want to cut out the captions. But let's see. I think this is okay. Because what I want to do, one of the things that I want to put in is a shaky point about this fucking skull, dude. That covers up too much CR. Yeah. I think this placement is okay, and I just need to like zoom the I just need to zoom the zoom, Yeah, my current laptop is pretty old. I'm not looking forward to when I get a new one. Ooh, swapping to Linux, that'd be cool. So I have tried having like a Linux box running. Oh, I think we're out of ad on Twitch. Yeah, we're out of ad. Cool. Yeah, I have thought about setting up another Linux box. I used to have one on my machine, and then it was too much like daily maintenance of like having to like figure shit out constantly for me, but it was cool in a lot of ways. That capture looks like your whole second screen. It is. It is the whole second screen, which another thing that I will have to set up. Like, this is just capturing Opera. Well, you can't even see that I'm motioning into it because it doesn't capture my mouse. But yeah, this one does capture the entire screen. But anyways, I think this is okay. I think this is okay for now.
Head around the temple. This I can help with quite a bit of haste, as it is within the realm of our patron lady.
Okay. Well, yes, rebuild our keep.
It'll be done within the hour. And so you can mark off 1,000 gold worth of materials. And at this point, the planar ally's wings unfurl and begin to float up. And as it does, it lifts its hands, and all these shattered stained glass begins to kind of lift off the ground with it. And you watch as they all begin to reform.
It's pretty sick.
And begin to, through just pure divine energy, rebuild the entirety of the temple around within a matter of minutes. While everyone else is kind of looking in awe. And you can begin to see around you many people who had been shaken to the core of their being, who had lost all hope. Even just this visual representation of the power of Sarenrae and the faith that you put into her, you can see people are now bowing in deep prayer.
I could do that, John. I could also she hired an angel for construction work. She did. Yeah. We could put chat below CR. I could also make CR a little bit smaller. Yeah. We'll have to see. I'm gonna play with this a little bit, because I'm fine with this covering up, like, you know, the like goal bar. And I could make CR a little bit smaller, and I want this to be able to be a little bit bigger. So I'll have to play with that a little bit off stream, I think. I don't want to change too much of the current layout in the moment, because it'll be too finicky. It'll just take too long. But I think we can do about this. Anyways, she hired an angel for, yeah. I bet the angel was glad they could help in a different way for once. Maybe a passion for carpentry. Yeah, it's like everyone always asks the angel just to come and like kill some fools, and she's like, no, like just like put our keep back together. Like, you know, you can actually like build something. Yeah.
At the center of the temple as it's being rebuilt. This has been a very impactful moment for the survivors you've taken under your wing.
I wander over to Pike and I just grab her hand as I watch.
All right.
I am busy myself trying to bandage any of the survivors that seem injured.
Okay. And there are injuries, many sustained from just, rubble falling, or just trying to get out as fast as possible, slamming themselves into ruins or fallen rock and flame and whatever else happened. So you tend to the wounds. You guys are helping out with those that are hurt.
I'm helping, and as we do so, I say, I don't know what is going to happen in the following hours. Do not go far from me. If we are out of earshot, you are too far from me. Do not go far from me.
Do you think this is what Mother saw before she died?
Do not go far from me.
I won't, I swear.
Percy and Grog, you find your way back up to the foyer. You see...
Before the second he leaves the keep, I rush to pull I rush to pull the skull out, shut the door, put it on the table, sit down in front of it, and say, "Okay, talk. You have my attention."
Okay.
No crazy comments. Just damn. That's hot. That like hot as in fire. Yeah, that's a bit of a woof. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, no complicated shit. That's just great.
Yeah.
So I've got a minute before he comes back.
You do.
He's a dick.
He's just a sociopath, that's all.
Hello, everybody. On this week's No Survivors, we're...
Fire and ice sale.
Hey, check out those Critical Role shirts on geekandcentury.com. They sure are lovely.
Donate to 826LA.
Hey.
I wish the entire town to be fixing the dragon's banished together. I really don't shit.
Oh god, I feel like I should scooch up.
I know, I can't hear it.
So this, just to make sure that I am correct on this, the jewel or the skull was found within Brimscythe's old house, but the house itself had been repossessed by someone else who they found in the basement, or at least we assumed that was who that was, who could have theoretically brought the skull. They didn't clarify if the skull was new, if the skull was there the first time. I don't think we distinctly know. And it could be Rayshawn. It seems that the objects in the house could be each linked to one of the chroma Skull gem and the opposite of the Vecna followers. Yes. So it was the left eye is like the normal Vecna stuff, and the jewel was in the right. Yeah. It seemed, or maybe it's the opposite. But yes, I remember it was the corollary to it. Could be linked to each one of the chroma conclave, with Rayshawn being green and the gem being green. It sounds a little silly when I write it out, but I still believe it. Is Rayshawn Raischan? Oh wait, what am I doing? Rayshawn. There we go. It being green and the gem being green, I could Rayshawn. Okay, cool. See this being his, or their, I guess. I don't know if Rayshawn is a guy or girl. Their object. Potentially when I have Vox Machina. When Grog interacted with it, it is what led the... I should make one for the Chroma Conclave. I absolutely need to make a note for the Chroma Conclave. Let's see. Chroma Conclave. See, potentially Grog interacting with it is what led the Chroma Conclave to Iman. Potentially. The other theory is the genie theory. The genie. The skull houses a genie, perhaps one of a evil persuasion. It did offer Grog a wish, and Grog claims that it wanted to talk to the dark-touched individuals on VM, specifically Percy. And now Percy's about to interrogate. I wanted to get everything out there because I don't really think that this part makes sense with the Rayshawn scrying theory. But that's about all we know. And we also know something has been seen moving within the gem. That's something that we relatively know, but this could be, a fucking scrying window. This could be something actually contained within the gem, etc., etc. Rayshawn. Okay, just pronounced Rayshawn. Okay. It is, though pronounced rye, like whiskey and rye. Or rye, like the Japanese word. Oh, yeah, I don't know. It means thunder? Does it? Huh. So, ooh, wait. Okay, wait. Voru. How do you spell Vorugal? Oh, wait, I should not Google this. I was about to Google Vorugal, which is just the absolute instant way to get spoilers. Let me think. Voru. Voru, a town or municipality in Estonia. Now, how do we think that this naming scheme? You know what? What if I go? Wait. We can figure this out. Google Translate. Wait, detect language. Voru. Were. Icelandic. Because, right, okay. Like, if Rai Japanese means thunder, that actually fits with the naming convention. Vor on stream. Oh, God. No. This could fit with the naming convention that I identified, right? Like Brim Scythe, it's like fire and brimstone, Rhyme Fang, like all of these could still fit, right? Like Vorugal could still fit that naming convention, but specifically for people that don't speak common. Right? So Vorugal could be from a society, or like his human form, whatever. Could be could be more rooted within this like non-common speaking tongue. Vorugal, aka Keyleth. yeah. Vorugal is Keyleth. That'd be crazy. I hope you remember that Grog was a Lich's phylactery. Oh, that is true. I was assuming it was because of the Craven Edge bit. I was assuming it was the Craven Edge, but you're right. He was also a phylactery in Story of Vox Machina. That's true. Interesting. Vor is before in German. Voru. If I go to Vor. Yeah, before. Vorug. Previous. So there's a lot of before, previous, where, were. Were is kind of like past tense, right? Let's see. Ugal. Reckless. Past reckless Indonesian. Probably not. Let's just think Gaul. Gaul. What is Gaul? Is this a word I'm unaware of? What is Gaul? A girl or young woman? Oh, gal. Duh. I was like, what? Let's get a band for your gal. Gal also means crazy in Norway. The before girl. I mean, look. I mean, I need to get, I needed a Vorugal page regardless, right? I needed a Vorugal page regardless. Let's call it, Vorugal existing is a solid point, right? That's just that's an NPC. Vorugal absolutely exists. So we're going to call it Vorugal. Vorugal, what do we know? White dragon. That is confirmed. Dragons have human forms. Vor/Voru means some sort of past tense indicator in many other languages. Okay, yeah, we need to separate this into theories. Theories. Gal actually equals gal, as in girl. White dragon, the before girl. My theory. We are going to get introduced to over some point. Theory time. Allura. Theory time, Allura. Allura. I need to make a thing for her. Allura. 2 L's, I think. Allura. At some point in the next arc will be because I already know about Chronaurgy, right? I know Chronaurgy. I don't know when it's introduced, but I know that it is within the canon of CR, that there is specifically time magic, will, some point in the next arc, will introduce chrono urgy. Right? The vor part. The vor part. Oh man, wait, let me piece it together. Is this right? The vor part, the before. Also she girl. I know this is a stretch, but watch me pick it, right? Also she girl. Also potentially attracted to what the fuck's his name? Tiberius back in the day. Attracted to dragon? Question mark? The pieces are falling into place. Also, I don't know if this is actually the case, but has she been narrated as having like white robes in the past? I don't know why, but immediately when I heard like white dragon Vorugal sort of deal, I immediately drew that to Allura because I feel like Allura has been narrated as generally wearing, it's either white or blue. It might be like a pale blue. But I feel like I think she always wears blue. Damn it. Well, that's not it. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna move on. But that is an interesting aspect of this, of like if Raishan is indicative of like, you know, the Thunder Sean or whatever, it could be that Vorugal does still match the naming convention that Matt has set up, just in a different language. That is an interesting thought process.
Last question. At what price?
What is he saying? Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I then take the velvet cloth and put it over and set it up as if I haven't talked.
Okay. All right. So, and once again, reminding you, the skull itself, it's humanoid, but it's elongated. It's not a human skull. Its jaw itself is you would say almost elvish, but the features are too.
Dude, that also could be a fucking bait. Dude, Brim Scythe could be a bait, right? Because okay. Actively know, Matt has already totally baited me. Totally baited me into like the worms, like red herring for the dragons. What if Brim Scythe as a whole is no, because he had the stones. He had the stones. Did Brim Scythe? Oh man, I might have to go back and re-look at the descriptions of Brim Scythe. Brim Scythe, also known as General Krieg, aka General Krieg. Did he beef with anyone on the council? Did he ever beef with anyone? Because my wondering now is maybe Allura, the blue dragon, was beefing it up with... If Allura and Brim and Krieg were beefing in the past, which this is what I need to figure out. If they were beefing in the past, they're both blue dragons. Potentially, it was a not a revolution. What's the word? It was like a coup type situation, an advancement where Allura helps Vox Machina depose Brimscythe, and she takes over as the new blue dragon in the Chroma Conclave, right? She like takes his spot. And the reason that there is no blue dragon in the Battle of Iman is because Kima is verifiably off in Whitestone. That is like her part. She's taking care of that area. Okay, all right, wait. Confirmed blue dragon. Confirmed blue dragon. Maybe part of the Chroma Conclave. Maybe part of the, yeah, these are like shakier points. Theories. Maybe part of the Chroma Conclave. So I really, that's, if we hear about another blue dragon, right? Because right now I am assuming Chroma Conclave, all 5 colors. Pretty clear to me. If we hear about another blue dragon starting shit somewhere else, that is going to redefine if I think it's Brimscythe versus maybe someone else.
Sunken, the teeth are too long, and the skull itself is a little more oblong to the back. Yeah, you're unfamiliar what species or race this may have been when it was alive.
As I was leaving, can I notice anything about the back of the door? Just like, is it a lock? Is it just flat, plain?
Right, make a decision.
I'm gonna go ahead and make an investigation check.
You don't know.
13.
-2, you asshole.
As you stop walking out, you turn and look at the door and you take a moment to inspect it. I mean, Grog, doors are doors. You know how to deal with doors. This is a weird door. I don't know how this door works.
Weird door.
The classic enemy of Vox Machina.
My door's unlocked.
Yes, Vorugal did destroy Allura's tower. Vorugal absolutely destroyed Allura's tower, which I should actually work into to his note. Destroyed Allura's tower. But I will also say, Allura could absolutely be crafty. That could be an in-fiction red herring, right? Of like, she destroys her own tower. Could be. But it could also be that this is definitely not Allura, and this is someone totally separate.
Right, but he doesn't understand the mechanism of what
Weird door for a weird guy.
No, I built this with you in mind.
I could figure out the lock from the inside, and I open the door.
You know what? There was also... Okay, I know I'm pausing a lot, but I'm building out theories. There was also a wizard from the story of Vox Machina. Wasn't there a wizard that hired them to get the egg? I need to rewatch Story of Vox Machina. You know what? I'm gonna... this is a to-do. This is a to-do section. And I'm going to come back to this. I think I'm going to watch Story of Vox Machina at the end. Because the Dark Touched, the dragons, there's so much about white dragons in Story of Vox Machina. So I'm going to leave that to the end. We're going to finish this episode, and then we're going to do some theory crafting, maybe rewatch Story of Vox Machina, and I'll do it more then.
When it opens. Okay. Because it's unlocked.
Right. As soon as you throw the velvet over, the door opens up.
What up, Arake? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. Oh wait, that was a Twitch sub. Thank you very much for the 2-month sub. I appreciate it.
I'll go up and I'll try and find Vax.
Okay. You go up and you see the two of them kind of helping people along, making eye contact. You can see the drying tears across both.
Because especially, last thing about this, I'm actually gonna rewind like 10 seconds. The last thing about this is, not only is the story of Vox Machina, does it contain information about white dragons, the wizard, the phylactery. It also contains all of the known information about Brimscythe and General Krieg. So I think that with this Chroma Conclave thing about it, there are like 2 major things about dragons in Story of Vox Machina that I feel like I need to rewatch it going into this arc.
See the two of them kind of helping people along, making eye contact. You can see the drying tears across both their faces as they're trying to stay strong for those that are currently in a less emotionally stable position right now.
Sorry to break up an awkward moment. Vax, do you have a moment?
What do you need?
May I speak to you alone? No offense, Vex.
None taken. I go and help other people and call a trinket to, like, carry over some bandages for me.
Okay.
You and I may have had some friction recently. And we have our differences, but we're on the same side. Percy needs you downstairs. Will you come with me?
I look at my sister. What is it? What does he need?
I would tell you, but I don't want to frighten anyone in this room. It's about the skull, and I can only bring one. Percy's request.
What? He's phrasing that, and I think Travis is doing this purposefully. I got no idea what the fuck is up with Grog, because Grog is phrasing this. I should say, Grog is phrasing this, I think, in a purposefully deceitful way. And I think that is purposeful on Travis's part. Like, I think this is, like, a distinct character choice. And, like, because this makes it sound like Percy is the one that said only one. Percy wanted, like, all of them. Travis, or I shouldn't say Travis, Grog is the one that said only bring one. So, like, something is... I'm really wondering if it's from Craven Edge, if he's already been corrupted by the skull. It seems weird, though, because it's weird because Craven Edge, while obviously dark, I thought was just going to be like a murder, rage, bloodlust type of deal. Like, anytime we've heard Craven Edge speak, it has always been that type of vibe. It has not been like lie to your teammates type of vibe. This is weird. This is interesting.
Wait here.
No, I have to come with you.
Just wait a second. Walk over to my sister. I'm going downstairs. If I am not back here in 5 minutes, I want you to come down. Do you understand? And I say that because I need you. You are stronger than me, and I will need you. Tend to the wounded. 5 minutes.
All right.
Go back downstairs.
I hunter's mark Grog as he walks away.
What?
I don't know, I just do.
Why?
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say, make a sleight of hand check. Make a...
Bro. Okay, look. If we're talking, like, metagaming, right? Like, people are getting on Keyleth or Marisha, whatever. The times out of the core cast that I've seen the most, like, okay, like, why the fuck do you do that sort of metagaming is mainly from Laura, and mainly with Hunter's Mark. It is using, like, above-the-table knowledge to track people. That all said, there can also be an argument that, again, these people are they know each other very well, like the characters. There is a shot that Vex is like something is clearly go up with Grog. And exactly, Charm. There is an aspect like, but like we can rationalize it, right? Like we can absolutely in-game rationalize it. Of she has a high passive insight, a high passive perception. But we also kind of know that, like, that's not what's happening. Because she just said, I don't know why I do it, I just do. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there's a certain amount of, like, we can rationalize it, but we also know that the things that we are rationalizing it to are not what's happening. So, yeah, I don't know.
Perception check.
Oh, I'm sure this.
Vax did say if I don't come back. Yeah, I think... Again, I think we can rationalize it, but I think realistically, that's not what's happening.
Go, Daddy. 19!
Hey.
Oh no, I'm so excited right now. Everything's dead.
15.
But also, it's not so bad that I'm leaving a comment or a tweet about it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay.
As you're walking away, you feel this strange pulse of kind of tingling energy, almost like a soft...
Oh, you know what?
What?
I hadn't chosen my fucking rogue ability yet. My rogue proficiencies.
Rogue proficiencies.
For expertise?
Bump. Yes.
Well, we'll have
Too
to do,
late
we'll have to do that.
now.
You feel this magical essence creep upon you. You're not familiar with it, but you feel like something something just attached to you.
From any direction or just attached?
You aren't entirely sure.
I
But
look
you,
about. Is anything looking at me? Anybody throw anything at me?
I'm bandaging
Pour
people.
anything on me?
make a stealth check, Vax.
I'm choosing my dice. Okay. I get advantage on all stealth checks?
Yes.
If you have the...
Because the cloak, yes.
24.
You look about, and in the chaos of people, you have no idea what the source of this weird
Keep
feeling
is
was.
fucking drafty. Go downstairs.
As you walk downstairs, you find your way to Percy's workshop. We're gonna take a break.
Thank goodness.
All right, make this one quick, guys. Get back into it while we still have the tension and the story going. So we'll see you guys here in a few minutes.
5 minutes. 5.
Vax and his million cloaks that are actually, I believe, like 2 cloaks. From what I remember. Let's see. Matt ends the... Oh, wait, no, not Matt ends the session there. What am I talking about? Yeah, here we go. 48 is the timestamp after the break. 4D8. 4D8. There we go. 48:35. There we go. We didn't even get to the break yet. We were close. Yeah, second half is hour 8 minutes. So yeah, it's certainly a doozy. This is wild. I will say I loved I loved the character work in 39, and like the character work here is an incredible display of skill on their part. And I think it's a great entertainment product. But this level of like deception and mistrust within the party, I hope that it goes away soon. Because at a table, I think that this level of it, like at a home table, right? I think that this level of deception and mistrust within the party and like inter-party checks and, you know, tension can be detrimental. Like you can have two players, not even two players. Two characters that conflict, right? Like Vax and Grog have conflicted. The entire party has conflicted with Percy during the Briarwood arc. But this level of inter-party conflict is, it's a knife's edge. I'm loving this conflict, TBH. It's great television. It's a great entertainment product. I will never argue that for a fucking second. But it is delicate especially like these guys are professional actors, professional storytellers. This level of interpersonal conflict and it's one of the things that Whispers can really support. Again, in the frame of like going after a tone and achieving it like for an entertainment product, Whispers absolutely supports this stuff. And this stuff is good for a show and an entertainment product. And like the Whispers with the Craven Edge and with the skull, like that is absolutely going towards this tone of like, we don't know what's going on as an audience. But for a home table, I mean, we haven't jumped into an area where I'm like, oh, that's bad. But this is a bit of a knife's edge for me of like, we're one step away from for bad for a home table. We're close. Oh man. It's mostly just Grog being mega sus about the skull. I mean, it is Grog being mega sus. Like, I think Travis is driving a lot of this interpersonal conflict. It is absolutely great storytelling. It's a great entertainment piece. And so I don't fault Travis for doing it, and Matt is absolutely leaning into it 100%, and the other players are leaning into it. But it's delicate. In that watching this for a show, it's fun, but at IRL table, it would make me very anxious as a player. Yeah, absolutely. It only works so well because they're all professionals, good friends, and have been playing with each other for a while. Yeah, you kind of need all three of those. And even then, I think it's delicate. You know? You go to 1x for the entire second half. All right, bet. Yeah, we can do that. We got time. Yeah, we got time. I'm down. It's very much a trust question with your table. Even with a professional cast, it can be iffy. Yeah, it's like you have to have a big level of trust, and you as players. This is when we were talking about Daggerheart. They, we've on stream talked about lines and veils during Critical Eyes before. But Daggerheart also brought up a safety tool that I don't know if I brought up during Critical Eyes, which is like the red X. I think that if you want to engage in this sort of interplayer, and not just inter-character deception and inter-character tension and fuckery, but like interplayer deception, like keeping like his intentions hidden. Like, this is a level of interplayer deception, which for some tables can be legitimately like interesting and stimulating. I think if you want to have that, the red X safety tool is almost a must, which is you have like a card with a red X, or you have like, it's essentially a safe word. It's essentially a safe word. Like maybe you like make an X with your arms. You have a card that you put out in the middle of the table. And if things are going, even if it's something that you didn't set up during Lines and Veils, but you are getting into a territory where something is making you uncomfortable as a player, you can exit out of the story. You can say, hey, I don't want us to go down this road. And I think if you're going to play with this level of, I don't want to call it PvP. I think that's the wrong term for it, but I'm struggling to find a different one. With this level of like interplayer conflict, I think you have to have that sort of safety tool where you can say like, hey, this is like fun for me, like this is like a chill activity. I'm not trying to make like this crazy dramatic story. I want to have fun. This is making me too anxious. I'm not having fun anymore. Because I don't think that this is, again, I don't think we've stepped into the line of like, this is like unacceptable. You should never do this at a home table, but it's a very delicate area. Percy's being pretty sus too. He's being a level of sus. Yeah. Wouldn't this be a discussion for Lines and Veils? Certainly. It's certainly a Lines and Veils discussion. But the reason I bring up the red X is because you could think that you're down with this. Like, you could absolutely think that, like, oh, yeah, like, I'm totally fine with whispers. Like, especially, let's say that you're someone who has primarily watched Critical Role, and you think that, like, whispers and this like sort of interplayer conflict is super fun on Critical Role. All of the players seem to love it. And so you think that you will like that at the tables that you play at. I think that's a very reasonable like train of thought. And we're not even talking about like expectations for your DM. Like I'm not even like going into the Matt Mercer effect, right? This is just like, oh, you see it, it's fun on screen, and you think it'll be fun for you. And so you don't work it into a Lines and Veils discussion because you don't think it's a line or a veil for you. That's why I think for this type of play, that additional safety tool, essentially the safe word, is important. Because you might get into this and realize, ooh, super fucking not for me. Or you might get into it and love it. So, yeah. Yeah. I've seen how other live plays have a character play the heel in a Percy-esque way with interplayer shenanigans, and it didn't get ugly, but it didn't go as well. That's very, I could see that. Just deciding and knowing that anyone can exit anytime, no questions asked, helps maintain that trust. Absolutely. Working in that as a thing that people can do and that other players will respect helps build that trust. Yeah. People need to be able to opt out. Absolutely. Yeah, and this isn't, it isn't like, this is something you should probably just have at any table, but especially when you're playing at these like in these more like maybe risky or like high I'm trying to think of the word. In these maybe not as like explicitly chill ways. Like, you don't have to be chill all the time. Every table is going to have varying degrees of wanting to instill anxiety and wanting to instill stress, because those can make for incredibly interesting stories. But every table is going to have a different tolerance level for that. And so having the red X at any table is a good strat.
Bards of battle.
Alrighty. So, returning as it was, Grog and Vax, you make your way down to the basement of Grey Skull Keep. The door still partially ajar as Grog left it. You enter the room and...
Before we go in,
Alright.
I would like to put my hand on Vax. Just to know. I tried to do this by myself, but the skull asked for Percy. I know he didn't respond well with all that dark, shadowy stuff.
We are on 1X Valk, yeah.
So be careful. I'm not entirely sure we can trust him with it. I wanted to do it myself, but it was either you or Keyleth, and you're a prick, so I picked you.
I don't say anything.
Okay.
All of that is, I think, true, but it all felt like a lie. Like,
You guys enter.
Yep.
Percy is there waiting, hands behind his back. There is the table on one of his workbench areas that has a piece of tapestry that you guys originally had wrapped the skull in, draped over it. It is currently not visible.
What's going on, Percival?
Good. I felt that this was only possible if we had a few more witnesses. We have an artifact.
well, and also Percy, also mega sus. Like, not just in his general demeanor, but the fact that he asked Grog, right? Percy said, hey, we need more people. Grog, like, bartered him down to one person. And Percy was like, yeah, you go get them. And then Percy talked to the skull by himself. So it's like, if you were gonna do, I guess it's just Percy trying to talk Grog out of the room. Because he's like, he fucking needs his fucking fix? Like, what's going on? This is so weird. Oy, oy, oy. I don't know.
Oh, good.
The skull. There is something alive inside the skull.
Okay.
There is something evil, or at least not good, inside the skull. And it is offering to grant us any wish we desire if we set it free. Now, Grog is inclined to take this.
I am writing this down as a untrustworthy / shaky fact that there is something contained within the skull. Potential credence to the genie theory. Something evil, and it will grant a wish if they release it. Because, I mean, this is something that, like, I feel relatively confident in, but every person we've heard this from has been incredibly untrustworthy while they're saying it.
Steal.
Yes, he did say it looked like a face in the emerald. He did. But again, I like, and that is what originally made me think about the genie aspect of things, and then I moved over to the potential scrying aspect. But we can't trust anyone who is talking right now. These are all such unreliable narrators. These are like definitional unreliable narrators. Of like, it specifically will only talk to the people that have been corrupted by dark shit before. It specifically will only reveal things to specifically untrustworthy people. Ah.
I am, and I imagine this is surprising, having some reservations. I don't like I like having the terms spelled out, and I feel that so far the terms have not been spelled out. I'm going to lift the fabric off.
I'll go and shut the door.
Okay. As you lift fabric off and you have a look at it as well, in this controlled environment, still facing you, the skull, which once again has the elongated form, the kind of longer teeth and jaw.
I did also forget about that, and Matt has brought it up 3 separate times. He brought it up in the initial thing, which I was like, okay, whatever. But then he's brought it up 2 separate times. Elongated teeth and jaw. Like, to me, that just, when he originally brought that up in the initial description, it was just, okay, it's a non-human skull. Non-human skull, cool. Like, but now it has been brought up before this conversation and during this conversation. Elongated teeth, elongated jaw. Which I'm trying to think of anything that might like refer to that we've encountered before, because it's clearly important. But I can't. I mean, it's just like he keeps stressing it doesn't look like anything they know. Yeah. Which I'm just trying to think of, is there any non-human monster type that has been a significant point within the past? And I can't think of any. Can't think of any off the top of the dome, and probably don't remind me. Reminder for spoilers, because this there's gonna be a lot of theory crafting this ep. If it is about revealing specific information or facts, probably check with the Discord spoilers channel. If it is about what types of things even are spoilers, like if the campaign books, like information within those is a spoiler, ask that in chat. So types of spoilers, ask in chat, specific information, even if it's maybe something that has been revealed, but maybe you don't know how much of it has been revealed, check with spoilers chat. Interesting. Because my initial thought would be like, oh, it's a dragon skull, but obviously they would know what a dragon skull looks like.
It has the one gem that's embedded in the eye socket, and you can see there's like a little bit of almost like a...
It's also, as he is reminding them of what I assume is important points, he is specifically calling out the elongated jaw, elongated teeth. He is not calling out which eye socket the gem is in, right? Like, when I first read it, that was what I latched onto. Oh, it's in the right eye socket, not the left. Rather than the elongated jaw and elongated teeth. But now that we are redescribing it, he is highlighting the elongated jaw, elongated teeth. He's not highlighting the eye socket, which maybe he just doesn't want them to focus on it. But while he's going through all of this information, if that was super important, I feel like he would be including which eye socket it's in right now.
Spectral swirl to it, like it's something fluid within the actual gem itself.
Well, Freddy, I imagine I'm wondering the same thing you are, at least I hope, and that's what's in it for the skull.
He wants to be freed. It. How would we free you?
There's a slight pause before you can see the gem. The swirl coalesces into what looks like a spectral face. You can make out what looks to be eyes, a mouth, and a nose, though the nose itself it's less of a pronounced human nose. And
I'm looking at
No, Dr. Hoovy. In general, if it is D&D lore that I am not already aware of, because people have asked me a very similar thing, which, by the way, I think that this is good. As when we're talking about what are types of spoilers, this is exactly the sort of question I'm talking about. I would definitely prefer for these types of things to be asked in chat so that I can use them as like points of reference later. But similar to the dragon personalities, number one, I know that Critical Role could change lore, but also similar with the Vecna lore, I kind of want to ride this out as if with just my active knowledge, as if, I'm a new viewer, to see, because like as a DM, you can't assume any prior knowledge on your players' parts. So I kind of want to just go through this with my current level of knowledge, especially if I don't know how a genie lamp is constructed, and see how Matt gets me there. You know what I'm saying? Like with Vecna. Like if I don't know the Vecna lore, I know he could have changed it, but also I want to see how he goes about revealing that to me. So I want to go in with, I can't get rid of the meta knowledge I have, but I certainly don't want to gain more meta knowledge. Even if it would probably help me construct my theories, I love how two mega sus things are calling it evil, and you're like, I don't know about this information because that implies it's secretly good and trolling them. I don't know. I don't think it's good and trolling them. My implication is that it has potentially already corrupted them, and they are lying about what it is telling them. That is like my train of thought, I didn't know any Vecna lore on first viewing, so you can definitely watch without it. Yeah, I would prefer to, absolutely. Jeannie is a hot blonde in a harem outfit that blinks Percy into the 1960s. Does the wait, what is it? It's the da. Is that the reference? I think I made a media reference just now.
Floor. I'm not looking.
Okay. But you see where the nose is instead, there are just two nasal passages.
Voldemort?
And you hear a voice slowly creak out from it and say, "All that I require is for you to destroy this prison. Free my spirit from generations of torment. That is all I ask."
Hey, quick question. Who are you? Who were you before you were in
prison?
This prison?
It has been too long. Too long have I been here. I do not know who I am.
Oh, well, go fuck yourself, and I put the blanket over it.
Blanket covers the skull.
This seems like a very bad idea to me. Why are we doing this? Didn't we do this already once before?
It was an option, and I felt it.
Yup. Doesn't it just make things worse? I like this arc for Vax. I like it. Ugh.
It was worth exploring, and I think now we do have an option with it, which is we have to take it somewhere and have him identified. We have to know who this is.
What are you talking about? Look, if it wants to be set free, fuck him. It's a wish. It's like a genie that wants out of a can. You don't grant it its wish. You get your fucking wish first.
It's not always genies in cans.
The wish to rid Imon of these dragons, then we've got nothing to deal with this fucking thing right here, whatever it is.
I would like to know before we make any deals. We need a name.
Hold on. Look, we have a chance to do good now. Right now. People are dying. More people are dying.
We have a chance to kick the can down the road.
I don't understand.
Speaking literally, Grog.
We don't know.
Grog was just talking about cans. That's fair. He was just talking about the genie of the can. This is a really interesting priority, philosophy, mindset theming. There are several fantastical fantastical settings. The one that comes to mind is Kingkiller Chronicles, where names are literally power. Like the first book is The Name of the Wind. And in those sorts of fantastical kind of magical systems, having the name of something grants you power over it. Very similar to like old, mythologies about devils and demons, right? If you have their true name, you have power over them. And I think that you can, also Earthseek. Yeah. I think that theming, like you don't even have to have that explicit magical system in order to get that theming. And I think that theming is just kind of accurate. And I think that Percy Taliesin is hitting on it right now. We need a name. The name is not literally going to give them power, but the name itself is information, and information is power, right? We're kind of combining two separate themes of like name is power, information is power. There's sort of this connective tissue of name equals information, right? Like when we get that, we can look into this person. We can understand what we're dealing with. It gives us metaphorical power over the situation. And I think that is an incredibly good way, and that is an incredibly good philosophy to embody when you are playing the metaphorical smart guy. Right, really early on in Critical Eyes, I called Vax the leader, Keyleth / Pike the soul, Percy / Tiberius the smart guy, and like Grog / Vex like the strong guy. And I think that sometimes those generalizations are helpful, sometimes not. But I think that this sort of philosophy of like not just spitting out like facts, like, right, we're not fucking Hermione in Harry Potter where we're just a fact machine, or at least Hermione in the movies, where we're just a fact machine, right? We are just prioritizing and giving value to information. The smart guy, information is power. Whereas the strong guy thinks that power is power, right? He's saying this is actually kind of a quintessential beef between the strong guy and the smart guy. The strong guy says, power is power. It's a fucking wish, my man. And the smart guy says, no, information is power. We need to come into this with more on our side of the bargain. Oh, there was a glitch? No. Tiny hiccup, but good. Man, that's so weird. I didn't even drop any frames. Anyways, quintessential beef between smart and strong guy of even though they are both touched, right? They're both shadow touched, they're both cursed. They are both willing to interact with cursed objects in a way that Vax is not. Vax says, it's fucking a curse. What are you guys talking about? Let's cover it up. But even though they are on the same side of this, you could call it the morality alignment chart, right? Even though they're both tending neutral to evil right now, they are still embodying this sort of wider philosophical axis of strong guy. Power is power. That wish will give us the power to achieve our goals. We need to gain more power until we complete our goals. Whereas the smart guy is saying information is power. If we don't know what we're doing, if we don't know the consequences of our actions, we might put ourselves in an even worse situation. Strong guy rebuttals, if we're strong enough, we can't put ourselves in a bad situation. There's this very good dynamic happening right now, even between the individuals that are absolutely willing to interact with these cursed objects, right? Just because you are willing to interact with cursed objects does not mean that you will interact with them in the same way as someone else. 5-man band trope stuff. Exactly. Yeah. That is, for those who don't know what I'm referencing, when I say like strong guy, smart guy, leader, 5-man band. The 5-man band is a series of writing tropes that helps categorize like groups of people. Like you can use it on like the Lord of the Rings group. You can use it on a lot of like classic fantastical groups like that. We're back. The glitch happened again as soon as I got live. Am I cursing the stream? Man, it does sound like the YouTube player has trouble staying live. It seems like it's either for some browsers or maybe for like some levels of internet. I also think it might have something to do with my keyframing. So I will fix at least the keyframing on my end, and see if maybe that helps. Interesting follow-up on the glitch. The Notif bot on Discord picked up a new Twitch stream, it seems like. It picked up a new Twitch. It must be the keyframing. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Overly sarcastic productions? Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why the bot deleted a message. Why was that Nightbot that deleted overly sarcastic productions? That's so weird. But yeah. OSP has a great video on the 5-man band if you're more curious. If you're curious about more of that. Percy also has very recent experience on having very little knowledge with Smokey. Yeah, and it absolutely putting him in a terrible position. Yeah, absolutely. So I really like this conflict.
Oh, that whatever's in here could be worse than what's out there.
I've had a thought.
But we can find out. And since it's a wish, we'll have plenty of room to fix this. We don't have to do it immediately.
Are you a betting man, Percival?
Yes.
If I told you that 4 giant, ancient, fuck-all death dragons were attacking the city and all of us barely managed to break one of its pinky toes, you're saying what's in there is worse than them.
Incredible. Because, again, I think that sometimes the smart guy is played as the person that always wins the argument, and the strong guy is the guy that always loses the argument because he makes dumb, stupid fucking arguments. This is not that. Grog is making a solid point here. But again, it's from the strong guy perspective of, hey, I'm playing the odds right now, Percival. I'm thinking about the relative strength levels of everything we've ever encountered. Are you telling me that what just did that out there, that level of strength, would be contained in this tiny, stupid fucking gem? Are you fucking daft, my man? Are you actually the smart guy? It's great. Travis and Percy, or sorry, not Travis and Percy. Grog and Percy are both being incredibly sus throughout this whole scene, but this is a delightful argument and delightful character work.
I don't know. It's in there, isn't it? And how do we know the dragons weren't guarding it as opposed to it being a city? It could be the thing that they're angry about.
I think I have a thought.
Which, it being the thing I was angry about, is part of my Raishan scrying theory of like, that is the why now. It seems incredibly random that the dragons just so happened to get all mad right after they raid Brimside's house. Great. Again, Grog is looking at the facts of the situation, the things that are in front of him, and Percy is piecing together disparate pieces of information. He's wanting to know more. He's wanting to solve the puzzle before they accidentally do something that gets things worse. He is the planner. He's not the button pusher. Grog is saying, hey, the longer we debate, the longer we sit here not doing shit, the worse things are getting. I'm playing the odds. I'm playing the strengths. You're wanting to wait around and study and gather information and try to piece out some fucking puzzle while people are fucking dying, Percival. We have a wish. Let's save the city. Delightful. This scene is tasty soup. It's great. We ourselves at this point have no idea how tough this thing is. Maybe it's CR9 and they have nothing to lose. Maybe it's CR22 and they'd be messed up. Exactly. Yeah, this is fucking awesome. Everything that they're saying is chef's kiss.
I haven't spoken out loud yet. Every divine being that exists is accessible through Vasselheim. We are not equipped to handle this problem. Maybe this skull will do something. Maybe. That's a big fucking maybe. We're not equipped, and we don't know what dealing with that thing will bring. We go to Vasselheim tomorrow. We bring all the people on this keep with us. Keeler sends them to the tree. They stay there. We find help. We cannot handle this on our own. My first instinct was to go back in for Uriel. We don't know what's happened to Uriel, but we can't do it. We are powerless against those things. Against one of them, let alone four. We need help.
I wave my hand, and the skull drops into a shadow on the table and vanishes.
Okay.
Did that blanket just plop down?
The blanket vanished.
He does fucking huh now? From what? From where? What? What spell is that? There absolutely is a spell like that's some warlock magic. It seems like I'm trying to think of what warlock spell that is not insanely high level and would imply that he's been a warlock this whole time, not an actual gunslinger. I'm trying to figure out like what spell that is. That's fucking yeah, it does. It is very Pact of the Blade-esque. It is, but you can't unless the skull is a weapon, unless the skull is an arcane focus. That's stretching the rules, but I could theoretically see that working. If the skull is an arcane focus, he could bind it as a Pact of the Blade weapon. Maybe. Whoa. Percy can't be sus if he tries. I know, I didn't see nothing. Dude, that's crazy, dude. What do you think about this as a DM offering this option with the dragon attack? Oh, I love Monkey's Paw deals. I love Monkey's Paw deals as a player and as a player. Actually, famously, it was lower level than this. It was level, I think, 7 or 6. I had actually a very similar situation where Clavicus Vile, god of deals and bargains, or, well, god, demon, Daedric Prince from Elder Scrolls, offered my players literally the same thing, a wish. He offered them a wish, and he told them the terms. He said, I just need to use one of your voices for a day. Which I love vague terms like that. My party was about to be TPK'd. It had been, I think, a month in game time and maybe 3 or 4 months out of game time since that deal had been offered. And the devil was basically just like, take your time. I'm in no rush. And in this situation where they are about to be TPK'd, they are all out of resources. It is just like we are just staring down the barrel of the TPK. I had forgotten about the deal. Everyone else had forgotten about the deal. And the player that got offered the deal, as we are one of the parties already down, everyone else is at like 2 HP. He just shouts out like, Clavicus, I would like to bargain. And it was the best moment of D&D I've ever experienced. But he also, I love it. In the moment, everyone was fucking shaking. Everyone was like, so like on edge. And in the moment, he doesn't even say, like, they were facing a chimera and a gelatinous cube. And he doesn't even say kill the chimera or kill the gelatinous cube. He just tells Clavicus to send them somewhere else. Oh my god. From the demon monkey's paw perspective, could not have phrased it worse. Could not have phrased it better. I mean, better for me. And I won't even go down the line of what all happened, but they absolutely survived. More buffering? Fucking shit ass. I wish that I could. I can't set the keyframing right now, but I will absolutely fix that. Daedric are just as powerful as Aedra. There's just not as numerous. A lot of the Aedra are weakened by Nirn's creation. Yeah. But yeah. I didn't get any. Oh no. So wait, some people it's hitting, some people it's not. But anyways, so as a long-winded answer to the question of how do I feel about this? Fantastic. I feel great about this. Because either they take the deal, big source of drama and conflict, they research the deal, great side quest, or they fully ignore the deal, and they are only going to do that if they have another plan. So I think that offering them this is offering them in Percy's plan, it is offering them a quest line. It is offering them a solution with further conflict and drama, or if they're not going to do one of these two things, they almost certainly have to have an alternative plan. Otherwise, this person won't accept that. If Vax was just like, I don't want to do this and I have no other ideas, Percy's going to say like, well, then what's the harm in researching it if we don't know what else to do? So I think that offering this as a DM implicitly sort of offers them 3 different paths in one item. As well as any of like the narrative foreshadowing for future quests, however it ties into this current quest. Yeah. So I love it. I think it's great. What up, Grimvane? How you doing? Yeah. So I'm liking the setup.
Into the shadow as well. It's now just a shadow. I've put it back in its hiding place.
What the fuck was that?
That was a reminder that you should know what you're dealing with before you touch power.
Can you do magic?
Yes. I'm not going to pretend I always make the best calls, but I at least would like to know its name.
You fucking pussy. We have a chance to save this city now.
We have a chance to stop anything worse from happening. Or we have a chance to unleash something far worse on it.
Grog, know your strengths. It is your strength.
I'm a betting man, and this is a bad bet.
Can I walk up to the shadow table?
Yeah.
Can I start looking around it?
He's welcome.
Do I see anything?
It looks like there's the dark spot on the table, and as you reach your hand out, it's just a solid table.
I look at Percival. We need to talk to the girls.
And as you reach your hand past that into the shadow, because I assume this is the...
You know exactly what I did. Is he reaching, or is he...
He's reaching.
Are you...
I did not I'm looking on top of it, on the sides, underneath.
Yeah, currently, it just looks like literally where the cloth and skull once were, there's the dark spot.
No buttons, no latches, no holes for quarters.
Nope.
Knocking on the door.
Your plan is good, it just requires a little bit more study. It's a good plan.
Study.
Are you in there?
Yes, please come in.
Open the door.
It's unlocked. Vex walks in.
Well, what's this big master plan you...
One sec. Paige is here. Just got home. All right, back.
You all are plotting.
Vex, do you want to actually, we might as well just get Keyleth down here as well.
Pike as well.
Pike, Keyleth. Meet me in my...
Who cares what I think?
I'm gonna walk and attempt to gently scoop the skull up and put it behind me.
Okay.
Catch things up. I walk out the door.
You know what I just remembered? I don't think I've given out my free gifteds for this month. I just recalled that. You guys want to get some gifteds? Wait, I'm watching my own stream now. We got to get in there. Oh no, wait, what did you do? Oh, there we go, membership gifting. Oh, is Truffle going to be weird about it? Add in less than 3 minutes? Oh, actually, so we'll do the membership, we'll run the Twitch ads, and then we will take a quick bio break because I kind of have to pee. Let's go, confetti. Yeah. Wait, membership gifting. There we go. All right, let's gift 5 now. And 5 later. Wait, no. I don't want a membership to my own channel. Gift 5 now. There we go. Free stuff. Nobody ever wants free stuff. Precisely. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the membership. I'm gonna run an ad on Twitch. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. And I will see you all in a second. Goodbye. Hopefully these still show up on BRB. That they do. All right, see you in a moment. What up? Do. Hello. How we doing? AKL is iconic to mega streams. That's fair. Oh, shit. I forgot to manually run the ad. Son of a bitch. Well, we'll just do some chatting for a moment. Okay, no, ads are running. Are they running like right now, or are they done? I cannot tell if they are currently running. Ad ends in 20 seconds. Okay, gotcha. Ugh. Okay. This. I'm writing down things about Percy currently. So we've got member of the Derolo, has some sort of pocket dimension spell ability, comma, probably warlock shit that I'm forgetting about, but seemed relatively high level, which is odd, question mark. Talk to the green-eyed jewel, at one point was possessed / influenced by, and I'm going to forget his real name, so I'm literally going to call him Smokey in my notes. I'll put his real name on the actual note, but at one point was influenced, possessed by Smokey. All right, so I think ads are probably done. Let's get back into the shit. Do you have a spell in mind for what that was? Man, there definitely are spells that just like give you access to pocket dimensions. Like that is just like, there are explicit spells for that, but all of the ones off the top of my head that I can think of are all too high of level for what I think Percy is. Like, even the aspect, or even like the theory of him being a Pact of the Blade warlock, that means that he would be a 3rd level warlock at this point. Which is possible, but I don't know. There might just be one that I'm not remembering. I think that is probably the answer, is that there's like a 1st or 2nd level spell that can do this that I just can't remember. You did a quick BG3 respec. Could have. I mean, look, if there is any multi-class that I think makes the most narrative sense to basically allow a respec for, I think it's Warlock. Like if you're a level 10 fighter and you bind to a patron, I think it is totally fair that the patron could say, do you want to give up some of your skill? I will take your skill. I will take your knowledge. I will take your speed, your strength, your agility, and I will return to you power greater than you can imagine. Like, if you're going to allow like a narrative respec, Warlock's the easiest to do it with, I think. So it is very possible that Percy sacrificed some fighter slots or some fighter levels. It's super duper possible. But I don't know. Is a Warlock that got guns instead of magic. He's the wizard with a gun. Yeah.
So I'm gonna get the other 2.
Did I notice that? I have a really...
Also, as a reminder, no spoilers. No spoilers. I'm going to start saying it occasionally after breaks in case new people like join midstream or whatever. So it'll be maybe like a little bit of a after break, not monologue. But yeah. And so... generally, yeah. So I might start adding that in after breaks. Yeah, no spoilers, no outside information. Anyways,
really good passive perception.
You do. You see him kind of scoot up to the table and just kind of move something behind his back.
Who did?
You don't know. You head up to the main foyer area where the stairs come up through the armory and lead into the main hallway that kind of bisects the center of the main floor. Just as Keyleth and Pike are coming out of the temple after being summoned
All right, I beeline right up to them and I drop down in front of Pike. Pike, Keyleth, we're working on a plan. We don't have one yet, but Pike, and I'm down on my knee. You need...
Oh my gosh. I accidentally clicked on the, well, not accidentally. I clicked on the pinned message and it just immediately opened up the web link. And I was like, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to expand it. Yeah, no, that was on CR, yeah.
You need to guide Grog. He doesn't listen to anyone else. He only listens to you.
Something wrong?
Yes and no.
Oh, no.
It's better if you just come. Pike, come.
Okay.
And then I take Keyleth-san and I pull her after me.
Are we
Who's in the room right now?
Right now, it's just you, Percy, and Vex.
I shut the door.
Okay. Grog walks over and closes the door.
I want that skull. I want it now.
This is about the skull, then.
Yeah, Percy's trying to do some fucked up shit with the skull.
Wait, did you close the door?
I did.
Can I
So
can I
we're
try to
locked
get
out?
it?
He didn't lock it.
You guys haven't gotten there yet. This hasn't happened yet. You guys are
He
still
locked
walking
it.
down the
Can't lock
stairs.
Oh, yeah.
No, but I stand in front of it. I want the skull. Right now.
Let me see your sword.
No, you don't want to see the sword.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Again. It's like, it's so hard. Because being again, this is great television. This is great entertainment. But leaning this hard into being a heel at a home table is risky, to say the least. I think they're going to be able to handle it, but ooh.
I point at the table. I say, reach into the shadow and see if you can...
Quick question, what's a heel? A heel, I believe it's a term that originated in wrestling, although it could have been, like, professional wrestling. It could have been from something before that. It is generally, there are heels and there are faces. So it is wrestling. Okay. Yeah. There are heels and there are faces. Heels are like generally antagonists, villains, also sometimes just a dick. Like sometimes they are like on the good side, but they're just a huge dickhead. And generally a face is like the quintessential like good guy, very, very nice, very like on the more like good side of the more protagonist type. There are subgenres and like sub examples. There's like a baby face. There are terms like a heel turn. Like a heel turn is when a face goes from being a face to being a heel. But yeah. It's so Grog is very much like, it is not like explicitly confirmed that he is, being an antagonist, being a villain, but he is giving off big antagonist vibes. Yeah, it's a tweener, newer concept. Yeah, it's where the tropes face heel turn and heel face. Yeah, there we go. I'm English saying ESL and always thought heel face turn meant like heel as in foot. I mean, I think that is where the term comes from. Like, I think that the term heel comes from the heel of the foot. But yeah, it took on new meaning within the wrestling context. And like babyface is like kind of like a good example of a babyface is how Matt plays Pike. Matt's version of Pike is very much like a babyface. So Grog legit thinks Percy is being sus too. Yeah, I agree. I think they both think that they're being sus. I think Grog does. It's weird. It's very complicated. And that's why I'm like, this is a treacherous area to be in. Because there's like these layers with these two corrupted characters of what their character thinks with the layer and the lens of corruption and this very large, like, traumatic event that has just happened to them. And then there is the added layer of what the player thinks. Because we are not in a situation where players have equal access to information. So there is not just the layer of what Grog thinks, there is also the layer of what Travis thinks and how he is then playing Grog with that in mind. Which is very, 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 like, it's a very complex dynamic. Incredibly complex. And it's good fucking television. It's great fucking television, but oh boy. I don't know if it's something I could recommend for a home table. He has an int of 6. He's practically a genius. I mean, true, but also his whiz isn't that bad. His whiz is okay from what I remember. So it's not like he's a total fucking dunce. He's not good at math, but he's, able to pick out the fucking guy that's going to mug you on the street, probably. Might be a different meaning, but I thought heel came from vaudeville. Might. I have no idea. So, things borrow terms all over the place. But, yeah, man. This is...
And take the skull.
No, I don't think so. Your water fucked me up last time. You get it out of the table.
Can I insight check them to see who is fucking with who and who
Good
has
luck.
who has better intentions right now?
Double insight check.
Double insight
It's
check?
like finding a needle in a haystack.
Okay, the gold one is for Percy, and the thorny one is for Grog.
Naturally.
That the benefits of dice hoarding.
Good for both of them, motherfucker!
Roll.
The gold one is a 27 for
Okay.
Percy, and 15 plus 8, what is 15 plus
15 plus 8 is naturally 23.
23 for Grog.
Okay, I rolled it for both of them. And what was one of those a natural 20?
No, but one of
Okay.
them is 27 and 23.
Right,
were my
27, 23.
numbers.
Okay, good. Looking at them both, they're still very guarded, and you're unable to really...
Both of them? Seriously, Matt?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Seriously?
I mean, you're. It doesn't absolve any of your suspicion by any means, but they're both locked in this intense kind of stare off, and you in the center of it as you dart back and forth to try and see any give, any twitch, anything that would possibly show an ounce of what is going on in their heads. It's the best poker faces you've seen on either of them in a while.
Are we at the door yet?
You guys are now getting to the door.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Hey, big man. Trickfoot wants to talk to you.
I look Grog right in the eye before they come in and very quietly say, "Does your friend have an opinion on the skull?"
Which friend?
Your new friend.
Fuck? What the fuck is going on? What fucking friend?
Bex.
I saw you, Percival.
You did.
I just put my ear to the door. Can I hear them a little bit?
You guys can hear shouting from the other side, though it's
Can
too
I try
thick.
opening it?
Yeah, it's unlocked, and you open the door, and poof, it's
Also, I will say, man, the amount of shit that they are edging towards before it is out. Craven Edge. I've seen people say that Hexblade as a... I mean, people love to hate on Hexblade because it is a part of many power gamey multi-class builds. But I've also seen criticism of Hexblade that the patron is weird and like kind of complicated. Craven Edge seems like absolutely the ultimate Warlock Hexblade patron. This is like the definition of a Hexblade patron. But Hexblade isn't out yet, so it's like... is that what they're doing? I don't know. Because not everything that's like fucking cursed and evil and, a cursed weapon has to lead into Warlock shit, right? That is not the necessary progression. But oh boy, are they talking like it's what's going on.
Stops, like as if there's a door stop directly behind it. You feel the door slam you in the back, Grog.
Yeah.
Or pick who you trust. I trust your judgment.
Vex, listen to me. What did you see?
Who's your friend?
The skull grants a wish. It can only be used by those with dark presence around them. That's Percy. That's me. How has Percy done with dark shit in the past? I went to him for help because I'm trying to free the city of these fucking dragons. But it wanted Percy. I tried to keep it for myself. And now he's up to his shady shit all over
Wants
again.
Percy?
It wanted Percy.
And I said no.
The hell you did.
Wait, who wanted who?
Can we wiggle in?
Grog's been touched by a dark
Hold the door
thing?
shut. Door's not moving.
Okay, I'm just gonna quick rapid fire. I was hoping to bring everybody in, but say, listen to me. Percy's got this fucking skull. I don't know everything about it.
Wait, the skull.
It's a skull. It's talking about granting a wish. It's fucking fucked up, just like the fucking smoke demon that was in Percival. I don't understand what's going on yet, but both Grog and Percival are a little fucked up. Grog's more fucked up, but I don't understand everything.
What?
Yeah, the very nice breaking of tension from Marisha progressing the scene.
Things are not good.
What?
Going on?
Hearing Vax just unload that information, if I reach like kind of through the crack in the door, can I like touch Grog?
There's just enough of a gap where you can probably get an arm through.
Like my tiny little female hand?
Pike, what are you doing?
Girly hand.
My girly hand?
Shove the door open? Or at least try?
Try to.
Hang on.
Make a strength check.
Let me go first.
Yeah, go first.
Okay.
I reach through, and if I can grab Grog, I cast Hold Person on him.
Cool. I'll stay right where I am.
Okay.
Well, and then we can push him over, right?
Try, yeah.
Sure.
All right. So.
Wait, no.
It requires looking a whole person. Does it require?
Weigh like 600 pounds.
Let me see what the.
There's three of us. We can push real hard.
We can get Jarrett.
All right. So looking at whole person here. Hold on just a second.
Oh wait. Can I redact that? Can I redact that?
No, you already said it.
It has to be a humanoid you can see within range, so you couldn't even hold person through the door.
Beautiful. Even better.
You read the spell, didn't you?
Scanlan.
Come on, dude. I mean, look. I'm not even gonna like. In general, I'm not gonna, get on her. But after last session, I feel like you would make absolutely sure. Oh man, I don't know. And Talison's even kind of making like ripping her about it. It's like, come on, you read the spell, right? Come on. Yeah, this is kind of how I feel. It's like, girl, come on. But good on Matt for looking at that so that we don't get into another windwalk situation. Marisha the player's the dragon, absolutely. Well, yeah, fucking Percy the Eldritch being is into Vampire the Masquerade. Of course he's having the time of his life right now.
Do this.
Scanlan,
Look,
could you join us downstairs, please?
Spells.
Quickly, please.
Scanlan goes, I'm trying to help some folks, but
yeah, now.
You insist, all right. And he kind of.
I do insist. Yeah.
All right.
Vex.
Wait.
If he has the skull, we've got to get it from him now.
Percy?
I have the skull. I'm not going to use it. I don't trust him not to use it yet.
How about you guys give me the skull? I'm not even touched by anything dark.
That's a great idea.
That's fair.
Yeah, give her the skull.
All right, I pull it out from behind me and hand it to you. It's in the bag. Wrapped in cloth.
Spell?
Oh god, I'm gonna get fucking attacked by Grog. I'm gonna back up into a corner and just hold on to it and look down at it.
Jesus, I don't have.
You look down at it.
I'm holding on to it? Jesus!
Yeah,
It's wrapped in a cloth.
You're holding onto it.
Okay.
It's wrapped in the tapestry that you guys threw of it originally, but you can feel it in your hands, and it's not terribly heavy. It's got some heft to it, and it's just having it there, you're already kind of getting pins and needles in the back of your neck.
Now, short hold.
Try pushing the door? Or wait,
What is shoulder? What is he? Is he trying to bamf in? Scanlan?
No. So, Pike, what are you doing?
I want to try to pushing the door open.
Okay, make a strength check.
I mean,
Grog, make a
with
strength
all
check.
my strength.
I love you, Travis.
Can I, while she pushes, can I kind of get up against the crack to see if I can see through while
17.
she pushes?
Sure.
Mike?
8.
Door lurches, but you hold it solidly in place. You can
Doors, man. That's
feel.
Dog, let me in!
Just a minute!
I've been waiting 5 minutes!
Put your pants on, Grog, really.
Just another minute, Mom.
I think this is probably the stupidest thing. Why did I decide to hold it?
Give me the skull. You don't want Percy to have it.
I don't want either of you to have it!
It's
Don't
on
give
a
me the
ticking
skull, but
clock.
don't give him the skull either.
If
Wait,
you
I
want to,
cannot-
you can
cannot-
ask
don't-
it what it wants, and then you'll know, or you can give it to me and we can be done with this.
Are we trying to hand Grog the
take
evil things?
I take the tapestry off of it and I ask it, what the fuck do you want? What the fuck are you?
Okay, as you
Fuck
look,
is this?
As you look down at the skull, but you still can't get through because Grog's holding the door, and you don't have a visual in there because he's holding it pretty close to completely shut. As you look down, you can see now in the gem kind of formulating in the middle of it this swirl of a face that kind of like whoosh, comes right up to the front. You can see out of in the midst of its coloration this these like energy-based eyes and a grin, a toothy grin that just goes, "I wish to be freed. That is all. I've been here far too long. I grow tired. I want to finally pass."
Are you Vecna?
You hear a chuckle. No. Vecna's been long gone. I am not.
I also had this thought, and I think it's a very fair question to ask. I also had this thought, but I literally thought to myself, Vecna could not be fucking trapped in a little fucking gem. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't even consider it as a path. But I also, in character, very fair question to ask, I think. They actually check in with each other pretty frequently, like Taliesin saying, I love you to Travis here, during and after intense moments. Matt also sometimes adjusts or offers to adjust something if players feel uncomfortable. It's just usually very quick, not using formal tools. And I mean, you certainly do not have to use formal tools in any way. And I think that may actually, like, you know, the scene is shifting focus a lot for us and me, and yeah, I'm definitely not catching a lot of that on the first watch, but that's great. That's a great thing to highlight. You know, let me just run it back. Let me just run it back because I want to highlight that. If
Being
where
of
it is.
such a swirl of a.
We can be done with this.
Are we trying to hand Grog the evil things?
I take the tapestry off of it and I ask it, what the fuck do you want? What the fuck are you?
Okay, as you
Fuck
look,
is this?
As you look down,
Was it after or before this? Because I do want to like highlight it as like, yeah, if it's like that little thing.
the skull, but you still can't get through because Grog's holding the door, and you don't have a visual in there because he's holding it pretty close to completely shut. As you look down, you can see now in the gem kind of formulating in the middle of it this swirl of a face that kind of like whoosh, comes right up to the front. You can see out of in the midst of its coloration this these like energy-based eyes and a grin, a toothy grin that just goes, "I wish to be freed. That is all."
Earlier, I think. I won't look for it too hard, but those sorts of small check-ins are a lot easier to. I think that those are good. I think that like that, which is why I wanted to highlight and look through. It was a bit before this. Well, if anyone else notices it, maybe take note of the time code, or at least the time code that you think. I guess the time codes aren't on screen, so you wouldn't know. But regardless, we can just assume what happened. And yeah, I think that those, if you're going to be going down these sorts of roads, continuing to check in is when the focus isn't on you. Like, you don't have to break character. 0205-036. Like, you don't have to break character in the moment to be like, love you, by the way. You can wait until the scene shifts focus and do the exact same thing.
Grog, make a strength check.
Strength.
I love you, Travis.
Can I, while she pushes, can I kind of get up against the crack to see if I can see?
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't want to like disparage that. I did not. I didn't really. Okay. On first watch, I didn't really take that as a check-in. I took that more as a playful taunting. Which, is that how it comes off is, different strokes for different folks. But yeah, I took that as the scene and the other party members kind of turning against Grog and him being like, love you. I hear that as thank you for going to that place with me. That's a fair interpretation. I mean, I think either way, the general concept of like little out of character check-ins, especially when the focus isn't on you, like if the focus switches to one of the other players, just giving people like a little wink and a grin or whatever works in your friend group, as long as it is understandable between you guys. Yeah, see, it was just slipped in there, but I can see how Travis and Tal would know the intentions. Absolutely. It is a regardless, it is a reconnection between players out of character. Absolutely. Yeah. I wonder how this would have gone if Sam was here. Honestly, uncertain, because Scanlan is in a bit of emotional turmoil separate from all this shit. So, that's a good question. I have no idea.
What the fuck are you?
Okay,
What the fuck is this?
As you look down at the skull, which you still can't get through because Grog's holding the door and you don't have a visual in there because he's holding it pretty close to completely shut. As you look down, you can see now in the gem kind of formulating in the middle of it this swirl of a face that kind of like whoosh, comes right up to the front. You can see in the midst of its coloration this like energy-based eyes and a grin, a toothy grin that just goes, I wish to be freed. That is all. I've been here far too long. I grow tired. I want to finally pass.
Are you Vecna?
You hear a chuckle. No. Vecna's been long gone. I am not a being of such power.
Can I insight check the fucking being in the eyeball?
Sure, make an insight check.
Yeah. Why not? I'm sure. Like, no problem.
What is the deal?
Unless it was a natural 20. I think it doesn't
skulls.
matter. 15.
15?
No.
You don't...
What's that? That's high, way higher than 15.
Okay.
21.
21, thank you.
22.
22.
I can
All right.
add.
That's way higher. So, you you take a look at it. It's due to the fact that it's mostly hidden. There aren't facial tics. There aren't normal gives as to what a person's intent is, and even the tone of voice itself is kind of spectral and ominous and otherworldly. You have a hard time being able to really read whether or not it's being honest or lying or anything in between.
Scanlan here yet?
Why would we free it?
Scanlan is now behind the door on the other side. He's kind of enters the room. You guys goes like, well, what's going on? Everything cool?
Wait, the door's open now?
No, he's with you guys.
Good, yeah.
A bum rush.
Big B that shit.
If we let it go,
Dimension door me in, please.
I think we need a name.
Oh, I was
before we
wait.
A bum rush Vex.
I'm using quick draw.
What?
Initiative rolls from both of you guys.
Yeah!
Does this mean the door flies open?
The door flies open.
Just a moment.
This is all seconds. This is happening in seconds.
14.
Do I... Can I do anything?
28.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
28!
I'll say roll with this.
Taliesin is having the best of times. I will say, it's so hard because they are like, I think they're having the same type of fun that Wild Magic Sorcerer has when they accidentally summon a fireball on top of the party. They're having the fun of chaos. Which is okay. I don't want to like disparage that, but we are now getting into territory where like, I was saying like, we're on a knife's edge, we're walking, we haven't stepped over the line where I think like this is a bad way to play, it's just a different way to play. once we get into PvP, that is a not great way to like that is something that D&D as a system is explicitly not designed for and will actively reward different people. It's actually sort of similar to when I talked about how the prank war between Vax and Grog favors Vax because Matt has them roll for it. And like Vax's class is better at rolling skill checks. Just like flat out, Rogue is better at skill checks across the board than Barbarian is going to be. So all in all, Vax is going to win Prank War on average. And if you do that through the lens of like a mechanics roll, you are favoring one player over another. That maybe isn't, reflective of the fiction that's happening. It's the same thing with PvP combat. Of like, yeah, maybe the gunslinger versus the barbarian is an interesting theoretical fight, but within the context of D&D, those classes are not meant to be equivalent to each other when directly paired against each other. They are meant to be equivalent when facing against a monster, right? That is the balance within D&D, is how do these classes face off against monsters? That is the level that they are balanced at. They are not balanced against each other. Now, I would have to think through which one of the classes will come out on top here, and it may be that they are coincidentally okay, but especially since we don't really know what their classes are, it's a little bit hard. But when you have them roll initiative rather than like just working it out within the fiction, within the narrative, when you mechanize it in this way, you are tilting the dice. You are tilting the result of the conflict towards or away from one player. It's also one of my issues with how Whispers has been handled so far in this campaign. Now, it's not been every time, but most of the time that we've seen Whispers, it has been the result of a perception check, which means that certain players are going to get Whispers far more often. Again, kind of Grog getting fucked on a lot of it. Barbarian. So this is why I get nervous about using mechanics specifically to resolve inter-party conflict, because you are inherently favoring some class decisions more than others. And like, that's okay, because Matt is really great at spotlighting and highlighting those things, progressively throughout the world, leaning into certain challenges. But when you're putting it PvP, Matt is kind of choosing one of them implicitly on accident. I don't think he's meaning to, but I don't know about going into this area of things. There are friends actors getting to do drama and conflict without, for them, personal emotional stakes. It's definitely risky. Well, making it mechanics based, I think, is really like, that play is risky. Making it mechanics based and like working it into D&D combat, I think goes a little bit beyond risky into like accidentally bad territory. TTRPG edge play. I do wish PvP was more viable in base D&D, because these guys tend to make it look so fun, but it's too imbalanced mechanically. That's sort of where I'm at, Topaz, right? Of like, they are enjoying the chaos. Like, that is like, I don't think that PvP like in concept is bad. There's a risk to it, but it's the same risk as the narrative. But when you tie it to D&D's combat system, which is inherently unbalanced for PvP, that is where it becomes just like kind of unviable, I think. I think this group treats D&D more like yes-anding with improv than what works best at a table. I mean, certainly. I'm saying from a from a DMing choice, I think that Matt asking them to roll initiative and putting this into combat is bad for their intentions as well. Like, even if I take it away from, a home table, I think that that's like a generally bad state to be in, even for like their intentions, Done conflict within the party and had a lot of fun, but I've definitely seen it sour. C and PC myself, when I do tease in or there's inter-party conflict, I like to check in a couple of times. That's how I feel is how one of my groups has grown so tight so fast is because we let each other know it's a joke and we're just having fun. Yeah, that's fair. And that's why I say, like, the conflict that we're seeing in this episode is risky, but I didn't ever want to say it's, bad. But resolving that conflict favoring one side or the other, I don't like that. With a barbarian and a long-range marshal being in such a small room, it favors the bard because close range is disadvantage and Percy's guns have misfire. Potentially. But if Percy is a, fucking closet warlock, he might have some stuff up his sleeve. I feel like it's so much higher stakes than all the times Matt makes them fight each other with ghosts. Fair. The possession is a whole other discussion. Fair enough, Ink Charm. What is he supposed to do with everyone else also trying to butt into the situation? You handle it. Like, if you have inter-party conflict, you just handle it in the narrative. Like, you don't need to fall back on mechanics, especially if those mechanics are not meant to solve the solution that you're trying to make them solve. Right? It's, I'll use an analogy of how I think about it. It's kind of like if a screw is stripped, right? And you can't get it out, like you can't like unscrew it. This is sort of like using a hammer to bash out the wall around it so that you can get the screw out. It works, but I think it is overall more damaging as a generalized concept. Like, it certainly works as a method of conflict resolution, but the fact that it's inherently unbalanced and weighted towards certain members of the party makes it an improper tool for conflict resolution. Hearing them talk in and out of game, they seem to know the imbalance is there, but they are still choosing to do this. That is worth taking into account here. Which I guess I haven't heard them, say any of that specific stuff. And I mean, there is a certain amount of like, hey, if we prefer that and, we're just like taking that on within character creation, like we just know that like, there's going to be that. And I don't mean like imbalance as a whole, but like D&D combat PvP is very imbalanced. Like, I'm not just like talking about like Ranger is worse than, most classes. I'm not even talking about that type of imbalance. This is like a whole different type. So I'd be interested to see them like directly address this, but yeah, I still, even if they're choosing that, I can still, say it's bad and that I don't like it. I think Travis specifically chose to bum rush Vex because the other characters were talking about dimension dooring in. Fair. And I mean, him choosing to bum rush Vex, like that is just something, again, I think that you don't, like, I'm not arguing with that choice. I'm arguing with Matt's choice to roll initiative, basically. I've heard some GMs use the rule that if player A attacks player B gets to decide if the attack hits, i.e. whether they want to continue the PvP. Sure, yeah, all problems look like nails. Robert Hartley, I think, said this early in the VLDL in-studio campaign. Interesting. Do you just tell the players no when they begin fighting then? No, we work it out in the narrative. Like my players, when they have interpersonal conflict, they work out who wins. Like they say like whether or not things work, whether or not things don't. Like, and occasionally I will say like, oh, do you like want to roll a skill check? But again, I don't tell them to do anything. I let them work it out in the narrative. Because D&D as a system is not built to resolve that conflict. So you just have to work it out. Like, we can't use the mechanics because the mechanics are not the right tools to use. So if there's inter-party conflict and like one party member like wants to try and steal something from another party member, I'm more than willing to like be like, hey, like, do you want to roll a stealth check? And they'll roll a stealth check, and I'll say to player B, do you think that you see them? Based on that, because the tools presented in D&D are just not built for that. I do think it would be somewhat difficult to resolve this narratively while feeling you made it fair. Robert Hartley rules is the player who hits can decide to take it or not. Do you know a lot of GMs who aren't? all GMs are idiots. I think I'm not so experienced in actually playing, so I don't get what works out in the narrative means. Basically, work it out without mechanics. Like, resolve the conflict, come to a resolution without using attack rolls or damage or mechanics, basically. Because those mechanics are not built to resolve these sorts of problems. What I mean is that they're going into the situation eyes open. I don't think this would work out well at my table, but here they seem ready for whatever the consequences will arise. My problem is that the consequences are weighted towards one player. Like, just inherently. This is not something where, you know, I've said it a few times. D&D is not chess, right? The tools that they are using are predetermined. The odds are stacked against one of them. So they do not have equal footing, and that I don't think is good for like a D&D table. And they will never have equal footing, to be clear. Do you see the last VLDL sketch? I don't know what VLDL is. So, no. So you let the passive player allow or not allow the other player's success, more or less. It's that sounds like Hartley's rule. I don't know who Robert Hartley is, but I mean, it seems like a decent way. If you have this happening all the fucking time, it seems like a decent way to resolve it. Sometimes mechanics can get in the way of a good story, so ignore them and solve them with judgment. Yeah, essentially, Baronessa. Essentially, because the mechanics in this case are favoring one outcome over the other, right? Like, so that, and I think that can get in the way of a good story. It makes one player's judgment and desires more valuable on accident than another's. So I think that it is, yeah. So what you're saying is I want to do XYZ. Matt just determines if it will work out. No, Matt doesn't determine. The players determine. When there is inter-player conflict, I do not say what succeeds and what fails. I let them work it out. Because it's a collaborative storytelling experience. It's not my story. It's everyone's story. And I don't want their mechanical choices to get in the way of that storytelling. They can choose to roll all the dice they want, but I am not going to have any sort of mechanical repercussions for any of it. So yeah, Matt, I'm not encouraging Matt to decide if it just works or not. I am encouraging the players involved to decide if it works or not. And Matt mediates that discussion. True if at an unfamiliar table. However, I think if you're well acquainted with your table, the fact that the mechanics don't seem super fair doesn't matter. Rolling against your friends can be fun. It can be, but I'll use another analogy. If you're playing basketball against your friends and one of their hoops is lower, yeah, playing basketball can be fun. Like, the action of playing basketball can be fun, but if your friend's hoop is lower than yours and it's just easier for them to score and like get points and like, you know, succeed in the game, I don't think that is fun overall. You know. So yeah, I've not really had this come up before, so it's a useful debate to have. Oh, certainly. Yeah. Initiative can be a great tool for if a lot of people want to do something all at once, but we're not used to initiative leading to combat. We're not used to initiative leading to combat. I feel like initiative generally leads to combat in this group. But I don't disagree with that, Dr. Hoovy. If a lot of people want to do things all at once, calling for initiative then just to organize people's actions, that's true. That can be very useful. That can be incredibly useful just for like table organization and mediation. But if we start making attack rolls, that's where, I feel like talking out. I feel like the talking out of what should happen or what would happen is kind of antithetical to a live play, both in terms of pacing and immersion. Maybe. I'm not familiar enough with live plays to fully agree or disagree. And I'll leave that there. I don't know. Maybe. Pick out a handful of PvP scenes from the actual plays and explain how you would have solved them at your table. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I mean, well, it's hard because I wouldn't solve them. I think that's kind of my thing is I would, if this was happening at my table and Travis says, like, I bum rush Vex, it would be like, okay, like, what are you doing? You're just trying to grab the skull from her? And then I would say, Vex, do you let him have it or do you try to resist? And then if she says that she tries to resist, I would say, okay, like you guys can roll some dice against each other, like work this out, how you think that this resolves. I mean, Grog's a big fucking guy, like might, Vex, do you think you could hold on to it against him? Like that's the sort of conversation that we would have. I don't recall how this plays out, but I think going into initiative here is appropriate to work out the order of operations. That is very fair, Hellmantle. I do very much agree with you and Dr. Hoovy on that. There are a lot of things happening. He's like quick drawing, he's bum rushing her, they're like dimension dooring in, someone else is like trying to break down the door. There's a lot going on here, and initiative can absolutely be a immensely helpful tool for organizing that stuff. Absolutely. Well, I got to head out properly this time. See you later, Deadly. Just missed the part I was waiting for. No. Well, we'll get there. Yeah, it'll be in the VOD. Sorry about that. Isn't this kind of a slippery slope into arguing against homebrew or rule of cool? Like, if we're saying avoid PvP because of balance, how far does that logic extend? Balance, IMO balance chance within a story. I'm not saying okay. Let me think of how to phrase this, because you're making a good argument. And my problem with unbalanced interactions between players. So when players are going head to head and you are using mechanics to reward one of them, where one of them gets what they want and one of them doesn't, and it is a competitive relationship, that is where the unbalanced nature of the mechanics can really play havoc. It can make it to where your players don't want to engage with certain classes, where they may not want to engage with homebrew. Like, I think that overall, Percy's gunslinger subclass is like worse than most fighter subclasses because of like the chance to misfire and a whole host of other reasons. And so, kind of to that point, if you know that a player that plays maybe like a coffee lock is going to be able to assert their will over you, like player to player, without talking it out, like that is unfair, not within the context of the fiction, but that is unfair within the context of like us playing a game together. they are getting more narrative agency than you are. Because they chose to play something that's good for like meta PvP stuff. Now, I don't think that any of them are choosing that goods, that like, you know, meta stuff, but some of them, like Percy, are choosing things that might be poorly balanced, might be they can't, like, they're taking risks with homebrew to like try and get like cool and evocative characters. And if this is how you resolve conflict between two players, that discourages that level of like trying things out or taking things because it makes narrative sense to you rather than because it's powerful. Because you know that if you go up against another player, they're just going to win. Now, I say you know. I don't think that most people are like thinking about this consciously, but I do think that there's a subconscious pressure there. And some people might even think about it consciously. But that is sort of why I'm generally not a person that's concerned with balance. I think I could be quoted as saying that there is no overpowered in D&D, because I don't think there is. Like, you can, as a DM, you can make the world a challenge to mitigate certain players, certain play styles, certain items. Like, you have full control over that as a DM if it's player versus environment, because the DM has full control over the environment. So they can pull those balancing levers. The moment you head into PvP, the DM can no longer pull those levers. He can no longer do anything to influence it. And therefore, the balance all of a sudden matters. It doesn't matter so much when you're playing PvE. Deploy Tucker's kobolds, exactly. Yeah, the DM can always jack up or jack down the challenge in the environment. You can't do that in a PvP. And you wouldn't want to, right? You don't want to nerf a player going into a PvP. That feels shit. And so, this is why I am basically only concerned about balance within a PvP context. It's why I don't normally care that like rogues and bards are skill monkeys, and barbarians aren't, because that doesn't matter most of the time. But in Vex and Travis's prank war, it absolutely matters. You know. I'm not saying this well. What I'm trying to say is that it's not just on Matt. They're pushing things in his direction. That's fair. I don't disagree with that. It's not just on Matt. Maybe Matt could do more here, but they're not giving him much room. Potentially. Yeah. I mean, what I would say is that I wouldn't say that I don't think any of the players should do what they have done. Like, I don't think that any of this, you know, needs a rewrite for my table, right? I would change what Matt did. Now, but I completely agree that, like, these actions that they're taking are pushing him in a certain direction. I absolutely agree with that. But ultimately, the only decision that I actually disagree with is starting to mechanize this. When you try to do things that the game mechanics weren't designed for, you will run into unintended consequences. Yeah. Also, Matt is making a call in the moment. He doesn't get to stop and think about it. Absolutely. All of this, like, whenever I am talking about this, I'm not saying I dislike Matt as a DM. I just dislike the decision. But it's why I've said in the past, I have no interest in doing an actual play, partially because I do not want the streamed pressure of it to force me into making quick decisions for the sake of the entertainment product that I might not want to do in retrospect. I think that it's an incredible amount of pressure, and some people are totally built for it. But I certainly would not trade places with Matt. Absolutely would not. I understand what you're saying. It can be abused. Enter level 5 rogue with +10 sleight of hand, robbing the party blind. Yeah, I had a player in one of my early campaigns that that actively, robbed the rest of the party. And here is how it can, kind of play out, right? This is an example. He robbed he robbed several members of the party. And then during a combat, we were fighting against pirates, and he had a background of being a pirate. And he joined the side of the pirates during the combat. He started fighting against us. And he was saying, I'm playing my character. And we tied him to a tree, and we looked him in the eyes, and out of character, we were like, dude, if you were an NPC, you'd be dead. We would not have kept you alive and tied you to a tree. And I will say, I'm paraphrasing. We tried to talk to him in character about it, and in character him was like, fucking kill me. Do it. Obviously an extreme example. Obviously something that would absolutely never happen at Critical Role. At Critical Role's table. But yeah, that is the sort of thing. And because he was a rogue, he like one-shot our wizard. At the time. It was crazy. But yeah, I guess it's the fairness thing I get sucked on. Life is rarely fair, and that's often the result of our decisions. Therefore, in D&D, if the players want to make a bad decision, that's on them. If they want to make a bad decision within the fiction of the narrative, I do not want to punish them for making a decision that is portrayed as equivalent, right? It is portrayed as all of these classes are equal. And so that is supposed to be like the fair part of the mechanics. You can pick any class you want. And if you then introduce something that is outside of the system, because again, we have to stress, like, this is something that D&D in the DMG actively discourages. You are not, it has been reaffirmed in interviews and sage advice, you are not supposed to do PvP combat in D&D. It was not designed for it. So what we are talking about is homebrew. Like, D&D player versus player combat is homebrew. And so you are taking something out of the intention of the system. And so you are basically breaking the promises that the system made to the players during character creation. Saying that, you can choose these things and it'll be fine. Sort of deal. And I don't want to make the player think that way back ago they made a wrong decision and now they're paying for it in a way that they can't change. Like, right, Grog can't change at this point the fact that he's a barbarian. It'd be weird. It would be like narratively very troublesome. But he is, at this point, I don't want to punish him now for a decision that he made 2.5 years ago. I mean, that doesn't feel fair, but I think that's like a level of unfairness that I'm not cool with. How to handle PvP, if at all, is a point to remember to hit in session 0 is my takeaway. Fair enough. Should we continue watching? Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's a fair critique, Hans. I would still say that, like, that is something that they need to, like, get better at discussing. That is not, we use this tool that the system is not designed for. Pirates law. Yeah, if my character would leave your character tied to the tree and leave, yeah. I'd stop playing with that person. We did. I wish PvP was more viable. Yeah, I 1,000% wish it was. I agree. All good arguments for why I'm a perpetual player, not GM. Fair enough. Anyways, we'll move on. Yeah.
Disadvantage because it catches you entirely off guard.
It's a surprise attack. Oh, that's lame. That was just 13.
Okay. And you had a
14.
14. Okay. All right. So you see Grog lower his head and then go for a burst run across the length of the workshop towards Vex. You instinctually go quick draw. What are you doing?
I'm shooting a warning shot past his head.
Okay.
Diving in, taking taking the.
Are you close enough? I backed into a corner.
I've got 6 spaces of movement in my turn.
Yeah, it's not
diving in, grabbing the head, and curling back around into
The head? The skull?
I'm grabbing the skull and
She's
curling.
50-50 distance between us.
I'm moving first.
Okay.
And I'm happy to spend an action surge if that'll make this
You think
work
you
better.
just grab it from me?
D&D standoff.
I can make a roll for it.
So, as you dart, Percy,
yeah.
who's been waiting for this one, also darts, and both of you go rushing across the room. Percy manages to get there just a fraction of a second before you do. You hear the blast of his pistol past your ear, and the ringing hits the center of your head, but you still continue pushing forward in the way that Grog does, ignoring all outside interference. However, you've gotten to the skull first. You're going to attempt to wrestle it from her?
Gently pull it out of his run. So I'm going to.
Are you gonna try to pull me out of the way, or just the fucking skull, you dick?
She's pretty grappled to it.
If she's that grappled to it, then I'm going to try and push her out of the way of Grog.
Okay, opposed strength checks from both of you.
Of course he is.
From me?
Yeah, make a strength check.
No, doesn't seem to care much.
He really, really doesn't.
15.
That's just terrible. 9.
It's less of a shove and more of a pull out of the way of Grog's rush.
Right, so he reaches over and grabs the skull and your arm and kind of pulls
Oh
you.
no, well I grab her, so.
Right, but you haven't pulled it from her grip, you just pull her out of the way. Shoves you to the side. You go rushing forward, and as you get there, she's pulled her to the side. She's still right there in front of you, but the bum rush hasn't quite. I didn't get you there before anybody could react. So now it's your turn.
It's my turn?
Yeah. Did you roll a 13?
I rolled a 13.
Oh, never mind. No, Grog goes next. Grog. So you rush up, and you can now see Percy, pistol out, hand kind of on the side of Vex, off the side of her arm. She's holding the skull there, and they're both looking at you expectantly. What do you?
You know what? Not to negate literally everything I just said. I don't mind using a check to see if you can physically do something within the space. Like, I want to be as generous as I possibly can and as nuanced as I possibly can. I don't hate an aspect. It feels pretty narratively bored to have him beat Grog. Yeah, it's tough because, are you saying that he's surprised? This is, I'm trying to draw out levels here. I don't want to do it in general, but if we are gonna do it, right now it is still sort of like the pulling her out of the way is still like a PvE sort of thing. It is a quick movement through the environment, which I do think that Matt could, be judicial on. I'm still hesitating away from it, but so far it's not as
You gonna do?
I want Percy. I'm gonna attack.
Yeah!
You're what?
I'm gonna run straight towards Percy and tackle him.
Tackle him?
Yeah!
Okay, all right. So let me get some proper rumble music for this.
Stop it.
There are dragons outside and we're playing rugby with a fucking skull.
And it's funny, I think that both Matt and Taliesin are trying to kind of give an out to the combat, and Travis is like, nope, I want it.
I'm trying to fix the dragon.
Okay, so you use the momentum of the rush as you see him do this. You turn out of the way and go for a shoulder shove. I want you to go ahead and make an attack roll, or actually make an athletics roll versus your acrobatics.
Why can't that be higher? 19.
Oh shit. 14.
14. I need you to go ahead and make a.
I will also say there's kind of orders of levels here of like PvP, sort of PvP, but using mechanics to resolve PvE stuff within the PvP conversation. Then there's a level of using skill checks against each other, because even though some classes have differing accesses to like proficiencies and expertise, etc., like these two in the prank war, I think it is still a level above attack roll. So, like, on the orders of what I don't like, I like that Matt was like, attack roll, actually, strength check, or strength saving throw. We're getting orders of, like, you know, new, like, vagueness and nuance here. Imagine how this would look for the people who aren't Vox Machina. Thankfully, they're in the workshop, which is, like, relatively private, I think. Function as a tension relief. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, yeah.
Make a strength saving throw.
Oh, shit. 17? Oh, no, savings throw. 21.
21. You slam into him, and you essentially shove him with the shoulder. You manage to knock him prone, but he doesn't. The skull doesn't come loose. He loses his grip on it, and currently Vex is still holding it in front of you. You are prone on the ground.
I'm prone on the ground.
Yeah.
So Vex still has it.
But it's Vex's turn.
So I knocked him
Exactly.
off. You still got the skull.
Yeah. So,
I wasn't trying to wrestle.
anything else you want to try and accomplish?
Yeah, I would like to turn and put my back to Vex because she has the skull.
Okay. So you go and plant a protective position in front of her. It's now your turn. Grog, who rushes over and just like shoulder slam Percy out of the way, who's fallen to the ground. His gun almost scatters to the floor of the workshop around you. As you're expecting him to now turn towards you, instead he steps, and his giant frame is now blocking you with the shoulder blades in front. His arms out in a defensive position, facing off with people as they begin to enter the room. What are you going to do?
I reach up and I touch his back,
Okay.
and I say, "Are you yourself?"
Me?
Yes, you, fuck!
Yeah, yes! Fuck, it's me!
It's him.
I back up into a corner and I say, what is all this about? Why do you even need this? Why do we want to set him free? I don't understand.
We don't. We just don't want him to have Percy.
I was gonna say, will the rest of us see this
At
now,
this point
right?
now, the doors burst open, and the rest of you guys rush in, and you can see Percy, just as he hits the ground, you can...
I am confused. Because Grog was bum rushing her, no? But now he's protecting her? He's...
You can see Grog recovering from the shoulder slam, who then steps in front of Vex with this kind of like snarl on his face and begins shouting to her over his shoulder, and you hear them talking across the
He
wall.
doesn't want me. I don't want to use the skull. I want to keep you from using it.
What is going on in here?
Keyleth cracks her staff on the floor and does just a gust cantrip and goes, "Goof," to make a big burst of wind in the room.
Tools go falling off the walls and clattering to the stone floor of the establishment. All of you who have hair have it blown and wrapped around you. You're pushed back about 3 inches just from the burst of it, and all of you immediately, your attention goes to Keyleth, who stands there.
Dusty in there now, or is it just windy?
It's not dusty. It's covered in layers of soot that have now been kicked up, and the air itself is kind of now a temporary fume.
Do we have an order?
Silence!
So she does that. Pike, what are you doing?
Can I insight check Grog?
Yeah, go for it.
I love insight checks.
21.
What are you trying to know?
What are you trying to know?
You know, that is actually that type of question and conversation is something that I find it interesting that they explicitly worked into Daggerheart. Like when they're talking about like the general flow of things and like skill checks and whatever in Daggerheart, they specifically reference GMs asking clarifying questions, which is something that I think is fantastic to do in any system, in D&D, whatever. But this, like, can I insight check him? I think that asking for a specific motive can be very clarifying to a DM, not only on what they should set the DC for anything, but also on like what a success or failure even means, because that is a whole conversation with kind of the binary success and fail binary in D&D is what does success mean, what does failure mean? And I think that knowing a motivation behind the skill check can be really useful in determining all of that from the GM perspective, so that you as the player get more of what you want.
I want to know why he wants the skull so bad.
Okay. If you would like to relay any information, she peered pretty well into your demeanor.
I want to get rid of the dragons. Now.
So, you gather that he's coming from a place that a simple mind is looking for a simple solution to a complex problem.
That's totally fair, Kazine. I think that hidden or non-hidden DCs can work in certain situations. Like, I think that if it's a very dramatic, pivotal check, that it is a good summary of Grog Cavium. If it's a very pivotal check, it's sort of it can up dramatic tension to know the DC, but I also am typically, I almost never reveal DCs at my table. Yeah. So I think it's definitely a different strokes for different folks. People are saying to go back and look at Travis. I mean, he's making a funny face. I didn't think it was that funny.
So you gather that he's coming from a place that a simple mind is looking for a simple solution to a complex problem.
Oh, you guys were a little bit ahead. At least in turn, I think that was a funnier part.
Burn. Flames are...
I'm just saying that's the best way that she can discern your demeanor right now.
I mean, that is... Okay, that's really That's really funny, obviously. But I also think that this is actually sort of illustrative of why I actually don't think it's accurate. I actually think that that's kind of what I'm going after. Like, when Percy and Grog were having their argument, like, I think that Grog made, maybe not the most solid of points, but, like, I don't think he made ludicrous points. And I don't think that his plan is, all that insane. So this is one of the interesting things about, again, like, insight checking your own party and, like, having the DM sort of speak for the other player, is that it can almost not put words in their mouth, that's the wrong term, but almost put, like, intentions in their brain. Like, Travis might have thought that he was playing Grog, like, accurately. Like, he might not have been thinking that he was playing Grog dumbly. And so yeah, but to defend Matt, to play counter to my own point, he did just clarify that this is how Pike perceives Grog. Like, there's a filmy layer there, you know what I'm saying, between this is your perception of what's going on. But I think that, and this is kind of maybe an overarching problematic nature of the insight skill in D&D and, like, how it's used. To, like, I think a lot of times insight is phrased as if it is, like, discerning truth. And I actually think, as I've seen Matt in, like, more recent episodes, maybe, like, the last, like, 5 or 10, he has started to shift away from insight as a lie detector and more towards, this is your impression, this is this is your impression, this is what you are perceiving. So I like Matt's shift away from that, but I do think that this potentially is a little interesting. I'm kind of glad you think that because it felt bad to hear Grog's perspective just watered down to that for me. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that his perspective is like a decent philosophical standpoint to come from. Like, I think it's a fair thing to say, or it's a fair plan. They were great points, but they were still in character for Grog as a simple-minded character. Again, I mean, I think that the term simple-minded is a little strange. Like, none of Grog's points to me during that argument, like during the Percival-Grog interaction, none of them felt like stupid. Like, none of them felt like, oh, I'm the stupid character, I'm making stupid character points. Or like low intelligence points. To me, it felt like he was playing the, again, like the strongman character, which does not imply dumb. It just felt like, to me, he was prioritizing power and expedience, right? He was prioritizing like the timeline as opposed to safety, which I think is just like a good philosophical leaning for Grog. And I don't honestly think it has much to do with his intelligence stat. I think that's whether Grog's int was 6 or 8 or 12. I think all of the points that he made would have been fair at all of those ability scores. You know? I have an intelligence of 6. I know what I'm doing. I don't know, man. Like, he has an int of 6. He can't do math. Well, actually, Grog can provably do math. But, he's not recalling, like, historical facts. But, I don't know. I think this is sort of the interaction of, like, intelligence, wisdom, like, all of the mental stats. I think that sometimes a low intelligence can be boiled down to a simple mind, and I think that's a bit unfair sometimes. I think it's very accurate. A simple mind looking for a simple solution doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad idea. Certainly not. I guess maybe I just disagree with the categorization. Oh, nope. I thought that was Paige calling. A filmy layer called plausible deniability. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know.
Spike, anything else you want to do right now? Because we have to continue this.
Yeah.
Because I will, and just from, regardless of interpretation, I do also think that the DM, who is typically like the source of truth within D&D, saying that, I do think, whether or not it distinctly means that Grog is wrong, I do think it implies that Grog is wrong, which I think is sad. But especially when, like, I don't know that it's necessarily the wrong choice, but that could be me overanalyzing it a bit. They were smart arguments, but they weren't out of reach for a dumb character. Sure. But so like a smart argument to me doesn't imply, I mean, I think it is about the implication of like, there's another way to phrase that, right? Of like, you see that he is very convinced of his plan, right? He is focused. He is not considering other options. Like, there are ways to approach it without calling him stupid, but the stupid is hilarious. So I don't know. It's hard to criticize something that was so funny. It's hard to drop in and be like, but that shit was kind of gold. I don't know. Grog thinks it's a simple decision, and they are overthinking it. The party tends to overthink things, and Grog is usually the one to say, okay, F it, just pick one. Yes, Scott Cravey. I totally agree. I do think that, and I think the simple mind part is, like, I think that, again, the way that maybe is like a bit nicer of a way to phrase it. Oh, thank you, Kazine. What's up? Maybe the nicer way to phrase it is it's like he thinks the solution is clear and simple, and he thinks that any overcomplication, and he seems to think that any complication is suspicious. Right? It's like giving like the same things, but it doesn't have like the negative, oh, her, he's stupid. I think the line would have been better by saying straightforward solution to a complex problem without calling him the simple mind. Sure, I think that's accurate. Yeah. Grog kind of like Winnie the Pooh in the Tao of Pooh here. I don't even know that. What? The connotations are negative on the whole thing. Yeah, I think that's sort of the thing. The simplest solution is oftentimes simple because it's right. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Ink Charm did get to the bottom of it, of like simple mind, simple solution. I think the connotation and the implication is that he's stupid and wrong. That's not exactly what it's saying, but I do think that there's a certain connotation there. But also, it was a funny fucking line. So I don't know.
Can I walk over and grab Craven Edge?
The Craven Edge is currently sheathed on its back away from you, so you could attempt to, if you want to.
Grog, can you give me Craven Edge, please?
Ike walks up, hands out to you, and looking you earnestly in the face.
Why?
I just want to look at it.
Pike? You sure about this?
I just want to see. Something's not quite right.
Can I get up at this point or no?
We're about to get back to the top of the round. So you do what you're doing. Okay. Percy.
I am just gonna stand up and grab a poker off the table. I'm like leaving my gun on the floor.
It's not even off the table. The wind gust knocked a lot of these things on the ground, so it's actually a small
then.
pile of tools next to you. So you just grab the poker.
I grab a poker and I just take a corner.
Okay, so now Percy, you've squared off in a corner. There's Vex in the other corner. Grog's kind of standing in between the two with the back against Vex. The rest of the three of you are right there at the front. Pike has stepped up to Grog now and is beseeching him. That's Percy. Grog, you're up.
I look at Pike. I turn around. I look at Vex. You'll thank me, and I'd like to try and pull the skull out of her hands.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength check against her.
Oh, come on.
Ugh, there's no way. Even if I roll, unless I get a 20.
21.
No. That's 14.
All right.
I will also say, to add another layer to my PvP pyramid of opinion, my PvP opinion tier list, I think that the least problematic way to do PvP in D&D is to base it solely on ability scores, because that is still unbalanced, to be clear. Because, for example, fighters have much more access to ASIs, so generally their ability scores will be higher. But I think that it is the simplest area and the area that has the least potential weirdness going on with it. The opinion parfait. Exactly. It's the opinion parfait. So I think that would be top of my list. And then skill checks. And then features versus environments. And then features versus players. I think that's kind of my parfait.
As Grog turns around and gives you almost an apologetic look, his face steals over with intensity as, lightning fast, his muscular arms rush out in front, grasp the skull, and like tearing a toy from a child's grasp, it is just removed from you with barely any sort of resistance.
Can I get a spell off on him?
Not yet. So Grog, that's your action. You've grabbed and you have now the skull. which I mean, you left her with the tapestry. Like you still just a bare skull in front of you.
What would I like to do with it?
You have a bonus action, so it depends on what you're trying to accomplish.
Can I spike it?
You can, yeah. I'd say yeah. I'll let you do that.
That's a bonus action?
I'd say this would be your movement and your bonus. I'll let you do that. Just the whole thing together.
I would like to spike the skull.
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead and make a strength check.
You're just gonna no.
Oh! What are the fucking chances?
God.
For one.
Yes.
As you reach up at the apex of your throw, you look down.
I don't believe it.
Your eyes catch Pike.
I don't fucking believe it.
Your eyes catch Pike, and they're in that brief moment of slow motion as you.
Okay. Hilarious. Number one. The dice tell a story. Let's go. With a dice roll to humble you, honestly, dude. Okay. I have been complimentary to Grog repeatedly and consistently for button pushing when they are in like analysis hell. Like when they are, you could say it was a critical role. When they're in analysis hell, when they're over analyzing everything, when they can't move forward, or when they don't move forward. Now, I don't think the way he's going with this is wrong, but I do think that there are certain consequences when perceivably the entire party does not want you to do something in character and potentially out, but definitely in character. When you choose to go rogue from the rest of the party, especially like, a 6-person total party like this, it is not an inherently wrong decision, but you have to understand that it's like the tree example of like, man, if this was an NPC, would that NPC live tomorrow? Would they kill Gilmore? Like, let's not even think like a random, peasant. Let's think Gilmore. Let's think maybe slightly below that. Let's think like Archibald or Percy's sister, Cassandra. If they did this shit, would they leave without a bullet in their skull? Obviously, they have much more of a tie to Grog. There's a lot more, built up trust with Grog there. But when your character decides to do this, you are putting the other characters in a position where they have to respond. And that response is potentially going to be violent. It could potentially, like, depending on how Grog interacts after this, could potentially be Grog's exit from the party. Like, I don't think that's what's going to happen. But if we want to keep the narrative, like, feeling cohesive, if we want to keep the narrative, if casted as they assume she was possessed or betraying them, for sure. Exactly. I mean, yeah, she betrayed them once. If she was here right now and she did this shit, they'd be like, okay, like, no third chances. And so, if you want to keep the narrative cohesive, if you want to keep it to where everyone can interact in character, you have to keep in mind that the other players have to deal with this shit now, and I am so curious as to how they will do it. Because this is something that is hard to rationalize and forgive. Not saying that they won't figure it out, but yeah. And not saying that this is again, like not a valid form to go down or not a valid direction to go down, but
reach
we'll
up.
see.
You see her face, this look of complete, heartbreaking disappointment. And it, just like that, it shakes you in a way that you didn't expect, and as you go through the motion you'd already anticipated, your brain's already wandered, and in doing so, you slam it half-heartedly, and it just kind of bounces and skids across the ground over by where Keyleth is.
Great narrative, Nat 1. Oh my god, so cute. Great narrative, Nat 1.
Is it like rolling at my feet?
I run and dodge, jump for it.
No.
All right, so it's the end of your turn. As it goes rolling, you run and dodge. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
23.
23. All right. You jump out of the way, tumble, roll, and scoop it up in your arms once more, and you have it.
Can I get a spell off?
We'll have to get to your turn.
Fucking-
So is that all you're gonna do?
That was like all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I run out of the room?
Okay.
I mean, unless if I can move, I'm gonna run towards the door.
I'd say yeah. With the tunnel and everything, you have just enough movement to get out of the room. So Vex goes darting out of the workshop, just past the door, leaving the room. That brings us now to
a relay race.
You really don't want to run away?
Okay.
Then I take a step in front of her and pull out my daggers and stand in front of my sister.
Okay.
What the fuck is happening? Seeing all of this happen, I cast Hold Person.
Stop trying to protect us, Skull.
At 4th level.
Against
Percy, Grog.
I'm out of the room. You can't see me.
I'm in.
How far away are they? Can I turn around and see?
I'd say she just got out of the room. You would have a visual on her as she's leaving the room.
Dude, you know what this shit feels like? This shit feels like secret, or what was it? Not secret H word. Secret, Palpatine. That one. This feels like fucking secret Palpatine, where there are no fascists, like, or there are no Sith. This. It feels like they are all Jedi, and they are just. I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. Oh my god, dude. Go and jump in for about an hour, so no point in starting from the beginning. Yeah, Elizabeth, what a moment. Oh, Melstroy. I don't know if you were putting those through a translator earlier, because I know that you have been talking in English. I mean, yeah, you're more than fine. I just can't respond. I do not know Russian anymore, at least.
Room, yeah.
What about Vax?
Vax is standing in front of her. You have visual on both, technically.
Don't do this.
And
This is so metal.
Vex.
3 targets you can hit.
I love it.
Vex.
And
Sorry, Vex.
All right, I need a wisdom saving throw from all 3 of you.
Oh, wait, me too?
No, just me.
Great.
Yeah, you fucks are still
Natural
mobile.
20.
Oh.
Boom.
Oh, jeez, no.
15.
15, it's a failure.
21.
So, Percy, your muscles tense up, and as you're holding your poker, you just find yourself unable to move. Grog, you feel, and look over and see Keyleth as she kind of looks towards you with intensity, and you feel a similar kind of tremor across your head, but you shrug it off.
These fucking sensations today.
Yeah, it's weird. Vax, you as well. You kind of glance over your shoulder as you hear Keyleth muttering under her breath, and you feel that familiar sensation of the magical attempt to grasp your mind, and you just kind of, your half-elven self makes it even easier to shrug off, and you continue darting forward in the direction you are, with your brother behind you. Like, so you're protecting yourself.
Oh yeah, I'm barring the way.
So we're right up the hallway from our prison cell, right?
Correct. I haven't got your turn yet, though. So is that the end of your turn? You want to move?
Can I say something?
If you want to, yeah. Say.
Everyone stop! Why are we fighting? We just watched our city burn to the ground! What are we fighting over?
They're not fighting. They're trying to protect the skull.
What does this look like? What does this look like to you?
A statue garden?
Everyone get in Percy's workshop and we're gonna talk this out!
Pike, it's your turn.
You don't know what's happening.
I would if any of my fucking party would for once tell me something! You all didn't tell me the full fucking story of when we been back in General Krieg's house, and now look happened! Look what happened because you assholes aren't communicating! Shut up, Percy!
Pike, it's your turn.
This is because of us. And you all know it is. Let's figure this out. Go, Pike.
Grog, did you just say you want to protect the skull?
No, I want to break the skull. I want to get rid of the dragons.
Yeah, it's I didn't want to address it until after. Is Melstroy actually a scambot? I feel like Melstroy was saying Oh, wait. I thought that Melstroy was a different chatter. Oh, yeah, this is totally a bot. Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, Melstroy, if you're not a bot, I'm banning you for 24 hours. So I don't know. If you're not a bot, come back. And yeah, it's definitely becoming a distraction. So see you tomorrow if you're not a bot.
Okay, what were you trying to do when you brought Percy and Vex up here?
It needed someone with a dark touch. But now it's to get the wish, but now it's touching everyone. They're trying to protect the skull, and we don't want that. We want it broken, I think.
But you want the wish?
Yeah, we want the wish. We can do whatever we want to with the wish and not take it, but yeah.
What if there has to be some type of payment if we take a wish?
Well, it didn't say anything about a payment. There are 4 dragons killing everything.
At this point, as you guys are having this conversation and you guys are darting out, Vex, you stop. As coming down the stairs from the main floor is Irvin. Frazzled, but still as put together as well as it can.
I tuck it behind my back.
I'm sorry, Lady Vexalia. It appears you have a few guests, suddenly.
What kind of guests?
She's been here before. I don't recognize the other in the dining area.
What does she look like?
Blonde hair.
Allura.
But there's a dwarven individual.
Oh my god, it's Allura and Kima.
Oh.
This is a little like Clue, the movie.
Yes, Irvin. Bring them down here. It's an emergency.
Well, I'll
As quickly as possible.
Yes, and he turns around and kind of hustles up the stairs, only like a...
Can we all please go back in Percy's workshop?
Not yet.
Why
darling.
not?
Everybody, Keyleth, let's just wait until Allura gets here. I feel like she might have a calming effect on this situation. And
We are
outside,
standing in the damn hall. All I am asking is that we move into a quiet room.
At this point now, at the top of the stairway...
The villains show up. This is... Okay. In terms of... Like, that situation needed to be diffused. That situation was heading in a bad direction. And no one was diffusing it. Again, I don't think that heading down that path is inherently, like, bad. But, like, it would have been bad if one of them had killed each other and no one was diffusing it. So I'm going to give solid props to Marisha / Keyleth, but mostly Marisha, for actively diffusing that scenario that, I don't know, was heading in a direction. We'll obviously never know how it would have ended up, but woo boy. And Momlith, yeah, Momlith. And also, if you're going to have, so I've talked all the time about flaws and expressions of flaws, and if you have a flaw, it should be a flaw that people can interact with within the story. And I think that this is a great example, and again, props to Keyleth, where none of them were, like, everyone was keeping all of these secrets to themselves, both player and character. And it can be a little bit, I think it, number one, is good on Marisha. And I think it can also be an indicator of the trust that they have at the table. Because, like, these are not only characters keeping secrets, these are players keeping secrets. And Marisha yelling at all of them for it is sort of her yelling at the other players. Like, there's a little bit of a breakdown of the wall there between what is, character and what is not. I think that she meant it all as in character, but the things that she's saying also apply to some of the players. Of like, now, I think that the players are doing it on purpose to drive drama, right? They are specifically trying to create the situation where someone yells at them. But at a table with less trust, this sort of rant, this sort of outburst can be harder. Like, and that's one of the reasons that this, like, secret keeping and player versus player, like, drama-esque, can be so, again, like, knife's edge, very risky, is because if you don't have a ton of trust, someone might not feel comfortable calling it out because they are kind of calling you out as a player, implicitly. And so I think Marisha is awesome for doing that. And I think it is indicative of the trust that they have at the table. And why they can pull these sorts of things off is because people feel comfortable diffusing it while still interacting with it, not letting it go, right? Because the other way to, like, diffuse it is to kind of, like, skirt around it and not interact with it as, like, a bad thing that happened. So, which is what happened a lot when Orion was still at the table. Especially, like, towards the end of his tenure. So I think it's a good indicator of the vibes. Disagree, but that's just me. Disagree what? That the Marisha outburst was a good thing? Oh, I don't know. I think it was in character. I think it was totally fair, and I think it is one of the last exits that you have. I mean, certainly there are other ways to diffuse it. There are, theoretically, like, an infinite number of ways, but I think that's one of the last exit points you have before people start swinging. Clearly Kima's been the dragon all the long. Look, I don't know. Wasn't Grog the only one lying? I don't even think Grog was lying. I mean, I don't know. But, I mean, I'm not totally clear on if Grog was lying. Percy has been keeping secret powers that were revealed during this to Grog, but are still not totally public to the rest of the people. And Grog took an action that was directly against the wishes of the entire rest of the party and started getting physically aggressive with them. So, I mean, this situation was clearly escalating. Vax had drawn his weapons. I mean, we were going downhill fast.
Two individuals come walking down. One, first and foremost, you see what appears to be a dwarven male with short black hair and beard, trimmed fairly fine, red leathers, carrying some sort of a crooked wand kind of on his side. Behind him, you see hair tossed back as she rushes down after him, Arcanist Allura.
Vorugal. Dougal. I mean, the letters are certainly there for an anagram.
Vysoren.
Oh!
I sheathe my daggers.
Okay. She kind of looks about curiously, and the dwarf goes, "Okay, what have we stepped into here?" And Allura kind of puts her hand on the shoulder and goes, "Don't worry. I apologize for my intrusion. I had a... Is everything all right?"
We could use your help at this moment.
Certainly. Sorry, this is a long-time friend of mine. Elementalist Drake Thunderbrand. If you don't mind him accompanying us as well.
Is he good?
Drake Thunderbrand? I feel like I'm in the Underdark with this kind of theorizing. Wait. I know, Alice, I know. Wait. Okay, longtime friend. Is this how you spell Vysoren? Wait. Is this how you spell Vysoren? Oh boy, there we go. I know. It's all coming together. Has a longtime friend. Elementalist. Drake? Wait a second. Wait a goddamn second. Drake Thunderbrand is what we're going to call him right now. It's Drake. Wait. Rye Japanese. Is this real? Is this for real? Definition of rye. That I can't read that. There are two possible meanings. Lie and lay. Well, that's not at all. Wait, rye means rye? Wait, I'm so confused. Whiskey? Oh no. Wait, let's see. Google Translate. My good friend Worm Flappy Boy. I mean, kinda, bro. Kinda. Right, rye. English? What is rye in English? Wait. That's not. What do we mean? What do we mean English? What do we mean English? A style of music fusing Arabic and Algerian folk elements with Western rock? That's kind of cool. Historical title of royalty? Okay, I think the thunder thing might have been bullshit. But his name is still Drake. Which, regardless of his last name, also seeming to follow the pattern of the dragon naming schemes. I don't even care about the thunder thing anymore. Drake Thunderbrand? Yeah, Google Translate isn't always accurate. Drake Thunderbrand is the most dragon alias looking ass name I have ever fucking heard. That's so crazy. Google has really gone to hell a bit.
List Drake Thunderbrand. If you don't mind him accompanying us as well.
Is he good?
Oh, he's one of the finest.
A good person.
I'd put my life in his hands a number of times, yes.
Things are a lot more...
Did you put your life in his hands about 2 or 3? Wait, what? Wait. Why is Allura here? Wait. Did she say why she was here? I gotta rewind. Cause she's in fucking Whitestone.
First and foremost, you see what appears to be a dwarven man. Fine. Carrying
short black hair and beard trimmed fairly fine. Red leathers. So we got red and black. Okay, whatever. Allura Vysoren. Did I spell Vysoren right? I did spell Vysoren right. Okay. Drake Thunderbrand. Okay.
Than you even imagine. Please come in.
Yes.
We need you.
And as you guys are having this kind of standoff, you watch as this, black-haired, kind of red-leathered dwarf kind of walks in, looking around, inspecting intently. You don't recognize him. You've never seen him.
What's he wielding?
No weapons on him. You just see him clutching this kind of like gnarled, curved wand that kind of like almost spirals, like a piece of well-treated but messed up wood.
That's a weapon.
Maybe. And Allura rushes in, kind of muttering under her breath. I was just in Whitestone, and I had a terrible feeling come over me, and all my teleportation sigils within the city were suddenly severed. Both my tower and the Lyceum.
I just want to note, if you watched my my takeaway last stream when I tried to do the second half of this is one of the things I was saying about, like, if Allura or Gilmore came and rescued the party, that they could certainly have, like, reasons that they know that something bad is happening, even if they weren't directly there. Not saying that, you know, I'm not making any comments on this specific situation, but this is exactly the sort of shit that I was talking about.
I had to manually teleport us here, as it was the only...
Many of us were biting tongues, yeah.
...place I really had enough familiarity with, far enough away from the city in case something bad had happened. I hope you don't mind.
That's good reasoning. That's good reasoning as to why she would know that something is happening in Amon and where she would go. Is familiarity. Not her tower, not the Lyceum. Man, I'm still suspicious of her.
Not at all.
Man, I'm so suspicious.
We're grateful for your help.
Also, wait, before I continue further, she's part of the Arcane Panisophical? Is it the Arcane Panisophical? Is that correct? Friend of Vox Machina. Arcana Panisophical or Arcane Panisophical?
Could you do us a favor? We've had a small accident with Percival.
Not yet.
Arcana, got it.
Yet.
Does she
Not
know
yet.
about the D?
No.
Yeah.
So, Imon is in ruins. It's been destroyed by dragons.
4 ancient dragons.
They call themselves the Chroma Conclave.
And, your tower is...
fucked.
Yes.
So sorry.
I'll go ahead and drop the hold person on Percy.
And her face goes white. I mean, the blood just runs from her entire complexion, and you can see the dwarf that initially was kind of huffed up and, you know, kind of intense in his energy, while not fully understanding what's going on, looks over to Allura and softens and kind of walks up and kind of puts his hand on her shoulder. You okay, lass?
I'm sorry, milady. Did you know that Uriel planned to step down?
He threatened it.
He did it.
For weeks. What?
He did it. And moments later, 4 old dragons descended upon the city.
The Cloudtop district has been demolished.
This cannot be.
I don't know we don't know who all is alive or dead. We can only expect them.
You know, that is interesting timing, right? I had been honing in on Vox Machina's actions as, you know, the timing of this, because I wasn't aware of any other world timings associated with this. But there is the timing of Uriel stepping down, which, you know, I can't see how that would be significant. They seemed to have already had their plan in place while he was doing it. Maybe they were alerted to it beforehand. And maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some sort of ancestral magic that was like protecting the fucking realm from the Chroma Conclave that was like the Taldore magic. And when he stepped down, it was like a symbolic releasing of that magic. I don't know. A little weird.
The worst.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, Allura, all of that is the reason for our current impasse. We seem to have discovered
something that could potentially reverse the situation. But there's a great price to pay. It could be a small price to pay, we don't know. If you wouldn't mind taking a look at this relic we've discovered.
And you see she's still kind of lost in thought, and there's something in her mind that's distracting her immensely, but she kind of eventually clarifies and her eyes focus on you once more, and she goes, of course, please.
If Allura. This is obviously a very normal trauma response. This is not that crazy to hearing that your home city that you were a part of leading has been destroyed. But again, I'll have to I'll refine this when we watch Story of Vox Machina. But there is also the aspect that Brimscythe was defeated by Vox Machina. Vox Machina could not have defeated the ancient dragons. They could not have defeated Vorugal. They could not have defeated any of them individually. Right, Raishan was fucking making chumps out of them. Which would imply to a degree that Brimscythe was not necessarily a direct member of the Chroma Conclave. And at one point in the past, I had a theory that the Cult of Vecna, or I think at that point I was calling it the Wild Coven, was embedded within the Arcana Panasophical. Alternatively, it is possible that the Chroma Conclave has been embedded within the Arcana Panasophical, and that perhaps Brimscythe was Allura's kid, or they were related somehow. And that is how he was connected, but he wasn't actually the Blue Dragon. On the Conclave, it was Allura, but they fucking out of the looped her. Right? Because we don't know exactly how long it's been, right, between Krieg and Brimscythe and all that, and now. You guys might, but the timeline is vague, but I think it's been less than a year. And if they could take down Brimscythe, he's probably was never on the same level as these other people on the Chroma Conclave. And he's probably not on their level. Probably not on their level. Let me, I'm processing. Probably not on their level. And maybe up until this point, the Chroma Conclave has sort of, like, their ambition has been to, like, lead and guide through the shadows. Maybe even Iman was Blue Dragon territory. Possibly even Taldore. Because the Arcana Panasophical is a worldwide organization. It's a worldwide organization. Goes across continents. I'm still suspicious of Jaman as a member of the Chroma Conclave, as Umbrasil. I'm still suspicious of that. And Brimscythe's lair, Krieg lived in Amon. Brimscythe's lair was in the mountains on Taldore. I don't remember how many continents there are, but I know that there's Taldore, there's Wildmount, there's Marquette. Wait, I'm having a brain blast. Wait. Okay, wait. I don't. Okay, wait a second. I need a new note for this. Actually, I have a Chroma Conclave note, right? Do I? I don't. Factions? No, I don't have it. Okay, doesn't matter. Chroma conclave equals arcana panasophical. Okay. So the continents that I'm aware of. Theory, 1 dragon per continent. 1 dragon / dragon type / color per continent. So we know of 5 continents. We have Taldore. That is not spelled right at all, but I'll correct it later. Taldore, blue dragon territory. Blue territory. Taldore. Wildmount. ? Marquette. Don't worry about my spelling. I think all of these are wrong, but I will correct them later. Marquette. Black dragon territory, because Jamon is the black dragon. Jamon is Umbersil. My theory. I don't know that. That's not been confirmed. Marquette. Black territory. Vasselheim. Whatever Vasselheim's continent. Vasselheim's continent. Because they had to cross the ocean. Is white dragon territory. Because that's where they met Rhymefang. Rhymefang, the white dragon, was in Vasselheim. Yes. And then last is Draconia, I believe, which would track to be Red's territory, so Wildmount is Green's territory. So Draconia, it's a fucking dragon continent, or whatever continent Draconia's on. Fucking land of the Dragonborn. Makes total sense that the Red, the leader, the big boy, is ruling over Draconia. And not only are they ruling over Draconia, it's their entire, colors area. So Taldore has always been blue dragon territory. That is why Brimscythe, a noted blue dragon, and then to do is figure re-watch story of VM to see if they mention age. But I think he's not ancient, because they could take him down. Probably younger. Young-ish. Then we have Allura, noted blue wearer, was distinctly not in Iman during the dragon attack on Iman, and distinctly the only chromatic dragon color not represented was blue. I think the other members of the Chroma Conclave are ousting the blues. I don't know what happened. I don't know who agreed to it, but they're ousting the blues, taking over Taldore, to split between them and establish it as their shared seat of power. That is, yes. So that is why Allura is so fucked up about this. It's not because she's like, oh no, dragons. She's been aware of the dragons the whole fucking time because she's the blue faction. She's the blue part of it. But maybe they had some sort of agreement. Like they didn't fuck with each other's territory and they just gained influence over the years, but the other ones got together to ultimately oust her and oust everyone else. Potentially, maybe even multiple members of the council are blue dragons. It's very possible. Maybe Uriel's a blue dragon, although I think he would have transformed during the battle if he was. So I think she is the ancient blue dragon. All of the others are essentially cooing her. And Brimscythe was either like a cousin or a some relation to her. Maybe son, maybe cousin, maybe nephew, whatever. And that Taldore has been blue dragon territory. And each of the other continents are their own dragon's territory. Maybe something even happened to one of the other continents. Maybe something happened with, like... No, that wouldn't make sense. Anyways. big ol' hold the line, obviously. Noted blue wearer is my favorite way of describing her. Noted blue wearer. Uriel Taldore? Yeah. I just needed to get the content down, you know. In this theory, is Kima in the know or not? I think these ancient dragons have been ruling from the shadows for centuries. Yeah, they have friends, but they don't really bring friends in on it, probably. Although she is a follower of the Platinum Dragon. Maybe she does know, but maybe she thinks that the Chroma Conclave is like a peaceful organization. Maybe specifically the Chroma Conclave in the shadows, to those in the know, has pitched themselves as basically like a peacekeeping force. The Chroma Conclave's been like, yeah, like, we'll keep all of the other dragons in line, right? Like, Allura is like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, I'm a dragon, but I'll keep all the other dragons in line. And maybe, does Allura help them take down Brimscythe? I can't remember. But maybe she fucking turns on Brimscythe because he was pacting with the devils to take over Amon, because maybe his plan, when he pacted with the devils to take over Amon, his plan was to ultimately take down the Chroma Conclave, not necessarily just the Amon government. Because, right, he's a fucking dragon. If he just cared... I mean, yeah, he's a young dragon, and clearly, like, Vox Machina took care of him. But I feel like if he has the element of the surprise, he can just fucking take out the entire council during a fucking random meeting and be good. If that was all he cared about. If all he cared about was destabilizing and taking over Amon. But maybe it was deeper. We'll see.
I don't give it to her, but I pull the tapestry off of the skull and show it to her.
She looks at it and leans forward.
Noted Blackware.
And begins muttering something beneath her breath and kind of... She goes into technical mode, like she distracts herself with work at this moment. And as her brow furrows, she mutters under her breath and... So
I will say, I think Allura's a dragon, but I think she's a good dragon. I think she's a nice dragon.
Completes some sort of a flash of arcane energy. And you can see the flash, the energy kind of attaches around the skull for a second and then kind of glyphs back to her and she goes, right, all right, that skull is not human. That skull is Githyanki. That is a species that exists primarily on the astral plane. They are rowdy, evil, pirating, marauding individuals, and that's one sense. The gem within that skull appears to be a soul gem. It contains a soul of, from what I can gather, a Githyanki individual. Very old.
Bro. Is this fucking Orpheus? Is this Orpheus? How much did did Matt rip from BG3? How much did he fucking copy from BG3 6 years beforehand? CR predicted BG3. They invented Corona Urgy just to steal plot lines for their fucking actual play.
I can say, at least from my knowledge and learned opinion, that no good can come from such an artifact.
Okay, he can grant a wish, he says. Lying, truth. What do you think?
It's hard to say. It would take a very powerful individual to do so. However, I would say that wishes granted by entities that do not correspond with your moral outlook, for the most part, rarely end up in your favor, even when carefully worded.
Right. No, but I remember this. We dealt with this, with the demon that killed
Yes, but
Pike.
we used our wish to wish ourselves out of the contract.
And it had to be so carefully worded.
We can destroy more if we're not careful.
There have been powerful individuals who, upon attaining the ability to make such a wish, even as careful as they were, they reached beyond the means of its magic, and in doing so,
Sounds good, Mustang. Feel better. Feel better.
undid themselves. It's a very, very powerful, very dangerous magic, and if this entity is indeed even capable of doing so, who's to say the chances that it wouldn't wreak more havoc than you intended?
We're in a precarious...
Okay, so if this guy is a... It's hard to tell, but I believe at this point it's been at least partially established. That is Matt talk for Don't Do It. It's been at least partially established that Matt does occasionally use player stat sheets for non-player entities. So if we're considering this a player character stat sheet that has wish on it, what are they? Level 17 plus? Level 18 plus? Something around there. I don't remember when you get 9th level spell slots. I think it's 18. Is an 18th level caster more dangerous than 4 ancient dragons? I'm going to put it out there and say no. I'm going to put it out there and say the ancient dragons are probably more dangerous, and Grog's right. Based on the information I have right now, I'm kind of on Grog's side.
Precarious position. The city is in ruins already in a matter of hours.
Yes.
We do.
And at this point, she kind of looks around for a chair. You can see, like,
There's
her hands
chairs.
are shaking. She goes and grabs a chair and pulls it up, and she sits down for a second and kind of puts her hands on her knees quietly. Describe to me these dragons.
There was one of each color.
A green, a black, a white.
And a big red piece of shit.
All colors except for blue.
Look at that. Wait. Look at that Matt face. He doesn't look sad. He doesn't look... I mean, he looks upset. He looks angry. That's the nonverbal cue I'm getting.
Dragons.
There was one of each color.
A green, a black, a white.
And a big red piece of shit.
All colors except for blue of the chromatic spectrum.
As you go through each...
I got a few of their names.
As you go to each color, she kind of nods. When you say the big red, her body just freezes.
Does this sound familiar to you?
The names you said.
There's a white dragon that called himself Volregal. A green dragon, Raishan. Black dragon, Umbrasil. And the red dragon,
She's gonna provide his name right fucking now.
haven't heard his name yet. He seems to be the leader.
At this point, she kind of nods. She goes, I know not the middle two. Vorugal, has been known to wander the wastes north in Orphansia. Some of the offspring have wandered.
Okay, well. Okay, well. She could be lying? It's a random... A weirdly constructed life it is a lie. Uh-oh. I'm not feeling good about this anymore. Okay, wait, but... Still a note about Vorugal. Wanders the waste north of Othanzia. Wanders the waste north in Othanzia. Interesting. I don't know what the fuck Othanzia is.
But further, in fact, I believe the Sky Sunder that you destroyed not but 2 years ago, that was sealed within the Frostweald, was one of its brethren.
Do you know where that is? I do not believe I do. Okay, wait. Sky Sunder. So, Sky Sunder. One of Vorugal's children. Vox Machina. Vox Machina. Slayed in the Frostweald during Winter's Crest 2 years ago. Parentheses in story of Vox Machina. Story of Vox Machina. And that was a white dragon, Vorugal. Right. It might have been stated already. Ask spoiler. Yeah. Check with spoiler chat. Alice/Ron, because I'm not sure. So if you know where it is, I think there's also like a CR like script engine that you can search to see if it's like been mentioned in an episode or not. But okay.
Its children. But Vorugal has not been seen wandering this far out. Chromatics do not work together. They are selfish and greedy and territorial.
Dude, how crazy and wild would it be if she just said chromatics, which is like a fair thing to call the chromatic dragons, right? Totally fair. Also sounds definitely like something that a metallic dragon would call chromatic dragon. Like if you're a metallic dragon, it's like, oh, the fucking chromatics out here. Like it is totally fair. For like a normal person to call them that. But what if Allura is actually a metallic dragon? So is Kiba? Wait, what are the metallic dragon types? Wait. This would be crazy. Metallic dragons D&D. What are the colors? Oh, I'm looking for like a chart. There we go. Brass, copper, bronze, silver, gold. She has golden hair. And Kima is the silver. See, it could be the silver dragon, closest in like look to platinum. Maybe this fucking dude, maybe this Jamoker next to her could be copper to bronze brass. Maybe there is a competing organization. Maybe the Arcana Panosophical is actually just the metallic, like, what do you call it? Not alternate. The metallic counterpart to the chromatic. That'd be insane. I don't think that's the case, but that'd be wild. She's a notable golden hair haver. Exactly.
They're definitely working together.
It's Red, you say, is the leader.
Yes.
Most definitely.
He had a message that he belted over the entire city. He said that we who live, he's showing mercy, and that we can either fight or flee. And then
he said if we fight or flee, we'll be denied the mercy.
Okay, something along those lines. And then he said that it was the guardians of this city that brought this upon Amon, and that he is
Guardians of the city could be, obviously, I think Vox Machina is taking it to mean themselves. Could mean Allura. Maybe Allura fucked around and is finding out.
Troll. He called it like a new order.
Said our new purpose is to serve him.
Now, for the first time, you've known Allura for quite some time, and she's been a very stoic, strong, confident, and powerful person. At this moment, she has withered. She looks genuinely like she's hit a level of fear you've never seen from an individual like this, and it shakes you to see this upon her face, and she puts her hand up and says, "This is not your fault. This burden is mine." And looks over to the dwarf and says, "Ours." And the dwarf, now you can see, he's nodding and understanding.
Say what now, Allura?
This dragon, it's been called many names, but the one that it has taken is Thordak, the Cinder King.
Thordak, the Cinder King. I'm writing it down. Thordak, the Cinder King. Lore drop. Bring. I'm you know what? You remember how I said I don't think that's what's happening? I'm slowly transitioning away from my Allura is the blue dragon to Allura is I'm transitioning away from that into Allura is the gold dragon, and that this dude, his name is fucking Drake Thunderbrand. Wait a second. Wait a gosh darn second. Do any of them use thunder? Or any of them lightning, right? Is silver lightning? D&D all dragon breath weapons. I know I'm probably about to find out, but I want to call it. Red and gold breathe fire. Silver and white breathe cold. Breathe line of fire, cone of poison, line of acid. Blue and bronze breathe a line of lightning. Prediction is that Drake Thunderbrand, motherfucker, is a bronze dragon, and Allura is a gold. That is the new prediction. Isn't blue lightning? I was trying to figure out the metallic version. Bronze? Yeah. Okay.
Thordak?
Thordak. This terrible beast lorded over half of Marquette for centuries, taking the Scalden Sands as its domain and its denizens as cattle. And just as the city of Ankarel was becoming the jewel of the desert, Thordak struck a battle, however, that it was unable to win. Sent away, mortally wounded, it was thought that the dragon had died soon after, having not been seen for many centuries since. That is until about 15 years ago. Rumors of a powerful drake storming the beaches and seas had been whispered for a long time, while ships would be lost at sea. He had survived, and secretly ruled the island of Viscon, in the south of the Lucidian Ocean. I suppose after generations,
Wait. I have to take notes. 15 years later, rediscovered, having been ruling Viscan. Island in the south of the Lucidian Ocean. Mega is now Marisha. 1x speed. We are on 1x speed, certainly.
the south of the Lucidian Ocean. I suppose after generations, the dragon, now self-crowned as the Cinder King, grew greedier with the island's limited resources and began razing the Mornset countryside south of the Verdant Expanse in the Stormcrest Mountains. Her eyes get even more distant as she's recalling all this. Reports of a dragon more massive than record could compare hit Taldore. At the time, I wasn't part of the council. I traveled with a group of adventurers, much like yourselves. Kima, Drake here, and a handful of other brave souls who are no longer with us. We traveled to investigate, but arrived to find this creature destroying everything surrounding the glade pools. Port Udar, gone. By Roden, a smouldering ruin. Now we gathered a small army of mercenaries and hunted it back to its new den in the Stormcrest, where a large number of lizard folk had formed around him. But we were overpowered by the sheer might of the dragon. Many lives were lost. Knowing we could not kill it, we
Rewind to look at Laura.
by Roden, a smouldering ruin.
Oh, I remember by Roden. I remember by Roden. That's yeah. That's there.
Now we gathered a small army of mercenaries and hunted it back to its new den in the Stormcrest, where a large number of lizard folk had formed around him. But we were overpowered by the sheer might of the dragon.
Ow. Forgot.
Sheer might of the dragon. Many lives were lost. Knowing we could not kill it, we turned to other means. I called upon the Arcana Pansophical, a circle of friends, arcane practitioners that agreed to work together across the land to keep them safe. We devised a trap. One that could, we believed, permanently seal Thordak within the elemental plane of fire, preventing him from ever returning to our world. And at the sacrifice of many, including our companions, Cirrus, Dola, Gen, we succeeded. As the tears begin to roll down her face, she looks around. For naught now, it seems that somehow he has broken our invocation. We bound his essence to the fountains of creation and thought he would stay there forever. And she just kind of goes quiet and looks around for a second. I'm sorry.
This couldn't be because of our journey to the elemental plane, could it?
I'm so sorry.
We saw him there.
We did, but it sounds like he has been...
We didn't set him free, you don't think?
No, it was Keyless Ashari thing.
My people, our job is to guard these realms.
Is there any way of contacting the Fire Ashari?
Yeah. Oh God.
To bind him,
Oh God, what if they're
We
dead?
don't know anything yet.
To bind him, we created an artifact called a soul anchor. It was crafted from the salvaged heart crystal of a primordial fire titan. The anchor could not be removed from the plane, and the Cinder King could not leave without it. I don't know how he's managed to escape the binding of this.
Oh my God, this is all my fault.
No. This was a landmine waiting to be stepped on.
But wait. We didn't... We fought my elders. We fought the headmaster.
It
We
couldn't
didn't
have
fight.
been.
That would have no bearing on this. The heart crystal is immense.
Don't.
15, 20 feet in diameter. It's a gem of pure crystallized ruby and elemental power and energy. Lest you manage to find this and destroy it, which I mean no offense, it's far beyond your capability.
My people. Would they be okay?
Dude, I think that she was thinking that the stone that they gave her was the soul anchor, which is also what I was thinking. I was like, oh, interesting. What up, Hades? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Welcome to the more normal series. This is a fucking crazy episode. But thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so it appears that most of my theories were wrong. Matt seems to be doing a good job clarifying where needed. Yeah, he's certainly not necessarily guiding them towards a correct solution, but closing off very wrong ones. You know, that Allura would be aware of and you know, would be able to intuit very naturally.
Depends on where he made his way through. The timing is rather conspicuous, seeing as how Winter's Crest recently passed, in which time the plains are the thinnest.
Yeah.
Barricades. Whatever it is, I fear that our ruse will not work twice, especially if Thordak has had all this time to obsess over his failure. I do not know our next course of action.
What do you know of General Krieg?
He's been gone for some time.
You were on the council with him. Do you know anything further?
I believe it was discussed that either he had been killed during the demonic intrusion in the city.
All right, I'm abandoning my theories. I'm abandoning my theories as they relate to Allura, because both of my theories involve her being a nice dragon. And if she was a nice dragon, she would be revealing more shit by now. I think she'd be revealing herself by now. Quitter. I'm not giving up on my total theory yet. We'll see.
Or deserted.
Will the dragons seek vengeance against one of their brethren?
Dude, what if fucking Drake is a mole? Drake, I mean, again, his name is fucking Drake Thunderbrand. I just want to point that out again. And you know what? Blue is the corollary to bronze that can use lightning. What if his shit is... What if this motherfucker has been the mole the whole time? That'd be fucking crazy. He's been the Chroma Conclave's plant? That's how they got out! Wait. Okay. So Allura sets up the Arcana Panasophical. They all fucking create the soul anchor, lock away what's his fuck. But they don't get Drake. And Drake learns some weakness of the soul crystal or the soul anchor or whatever, and uses the Winter's Crest to ultimately free him. Maybe the rest of the Chroma Conclave has been trying this whole time. You know, there are kind of three separate things related to, like, the Winter's Crest, right? Three separate events. Follow me here. Okay. We're getting in. I'm gonna put like a, okay, wait. Follow me here. Okay. Don't think Allura is a dragon anymore. Frowny face. But I'm gonna keep that noted. Okay. Wait. Let's see. The Chroma Conclave is behind it all. The Chroma Conclave's behind it all. So, we already know Vorugal was at least connected to the Winter's Crest issues 2 years ago. an incident that involved breaking down the barriers between the planes. Maybe a test? Then we have on the next winter's crest, the Briarwoods claimed it was too early and referenced breaking the world. There was a ton of Vecna imagery, but I still theorize that Umbrasyl was involved somehow. Maybe gave them the original rituals as, again, another test case towards breaking down the planar barriers. And you know what? Even Krieg... How do you spell Krieg? Oh, I don't know how to spell Krieg. Even Krieg was supporting the demons/infernals, potentially as a test and or preparation for freeing what's his name? Thordak, the Cinder King. Because there's a lot of... If Allura is so confident that he was stuck there, and we have these dragons being directly connected to these planar events on the Winter's Crest, something that Allura just called direct attention to. But then that connects Krieg back. Okay, let's see what she says about Krieg. Let's see what she says.
Killed.
Chromatics are selfish beings. They do not care for each other. And the power of one is enough, but a conclave of dragons is both extraordinary and horrifying, but there is no sense of vengeance for their kin, lest it is against the greater plan. Now, if what you say is true, and these other dragons have bound together in the service of Thordak, I imagine they would be the ones who had the power and the resources to find some way to bring him through. At which point, the dwarf kind of steps up and, still his hand kind of rubbing over his shoulder and says, "We knew not what we were doing, other than trying to save it. Don't blame yourself."
Laura.
Yes. Wait, I just want to clarify. Save it?
Kind of rubbing over his shoulder and says, "We knew not what we were doing, other than trying to save it. Don't blame yourself."
Save it? Weird phrasing. Might have just been a little slip of the tongue.
Laura.
Yes.
Would you consider us guardians of this city?
One of many.
It being the city? They weren't trying to save the city. I mean, they had no idea. That's not... the only thing I can think of is maybe he means the world? But a weird way to refer to the world.
I believe the Guardians.
No.
Is this because of us?
Laura looks at you dead on and says, "The only Guardians that Thordak would know of would be the ones that sent him away to that plane 15 years ago. This is my fault."
It's not true.
Rewatch to see what he's responding to. He just came up and was comforting Allura. That was it.
It's not true.
If we are to solve this situation, we cannot hide the truth. I killed Krieg. We killed Krieg. I finished Krieg.
Krieg was a dragon, Allura.
A blue dragon.
We stumbled upon his lair, reached through his home in Amon, through magical means. We found his lair,
He attacked us.
and I
I reach out and I grab Vax's hand.
We survived.
When it happened, he had 4 stones, 4 orbs in his lair. They saw us.
They spoke out to us.
They threatened us.
When was this? Was this...
Many years ago.
Maybe 2 years ago.
not all that long ago.
It was right after we got to Amon.
It's been over a year at least. Well, it's taken them that long at least to free Thordak. Means this has probably been in the works for quite some time. If we do share this responsibility, I assure you it weighs heavily on me more than it does you. But right now we need all the allies we can gather. Now you say Thordak is where right now?
Sitting on the moon.
Within the city.
Yeah.
The others.
Vex, you would know.
Oh, I can sense them. Right.
It's for 6 mile radius, was it?
Yeah.
On the edge of your senses as you close your eyes and focus, and it kind of extend your ability to feel the landscape around you. Indeed, the Cinder King still sits in the center of the city.
He's here.
What are the others?
Do I sense any others?
Nope.
They're gone. For the time being.
It's weird, they kind of do what he says.
Barely.
Barely.
And on top of all that, we have this fucking skull.
I need to check in with my people. I need to check in with the Arashari.
Where's the rest? Where's the council? Who do we know? Who do we know survived?
We know
Or
nothing.
anything. Everyone was dying around us. We made it to the keep.
We were lucky to get out.
We don't know what happened to Uriel. We didn't see.
We need to take stock of who we can consider friends that are still around. And you know, allies right now. That should be our first order of business, if anything. And her face drops again. I just lost my connection with Western.
Yeah, this is an annihilation.
If this was an extermination, there wouldn't be any survivors. You wouldn't be here. The fact that they've only taken what they can of this city. What use is the city to a dragon if it doesn't have worshippers? They're vain beings.
Think, Alora. What do all these cities have in common? What would be the benefits of taking over these cities?
Pride.
Resources. Their gold. Their people.
You think they just want domination over people, over us? They called us ants.
They want to be gods.
What good is a creature that sees itself as superior if there aren't those around to tell them as such and confirm their belief? And if anyone refuses to bend their will through fear or power, that is the nature of the chromatic dragons.
There has to be something more that they want.
Perhaps. But for now, the fact that he's even shouted mercy at this time as opposed to completely destroying everything in his wake means that vanity can be used to our advantage. I don't know how soon, but that's something. Now.
Allies. Vasselheim has warriors, armories.
Whitestone as well.
We could bring them here.
I need to reach out to the Ashari to see if they're. I leave. I want to go. Allure, will you help me in a scrying spell?
Yes, best I can, yes.
I want to scry and first check in on the fire Ashari.
Okay. All right. At this point, you both. She pulls out her crystal ball from her little tiny satchel, which is in itself like a smaller bag of holding. Pulls out a small mirror, takes some water, pours it on the mirror, places the sphere above it, and it kind of floats for a second. And there's a makeshift scrying ritual site here before you. You guys take about 10 minutes to concentrate. If you guys want to do anything in that 10-minute period, you're welcome to, or if you just want to watch and wait, you can.
I'm going to just sit. It's been a long, long day.
The spell completes.
Can I roll a hit dice?
Yeah. Okay, you guys you can begin to take a short rest if you want to heal up.
In that time.
We have 5 minutes left, and I know how Matt ends sessions, dude. This is not gonna go well, this fucking scrying.
I want to kill that dragon. Or I want to die trying.
We will.
Purpose.
Do I see Zirconis?
So you take Alora's hand and you put your focus into the crystal sphere. Your vision lifts out of the keep with extreme speed. You find your visual surroundings thrust across the Osmet Sea. You find yourself swooping across the shores of Althansia, over the forests, eventually coming upon the blackened clouds that perpetually hang above the charred mountain range that contains the home of the Fire Ashari.
So Othansia is where Othansia is Vasselheim. Othansia is where Vasselheim is. Okay. Wander's Waste north in Othansia. I see. Let me. I need to make a note of that. Othansia contains Vassal, because the Arashari were north of Vasselheim. So if she's crossing into Othansia, then to go check on the Fire Ashari. So there, yeah, it contains Vasselheim. Okay.
And the entrance to the elemental plane of fire. Your vision crests the mountain and steps into the valley of broken, blackened shale, to the ever-burning forest. As you come upon it, you recall where the Fire Ashari village was and where you were greeted before and given your trials, where there is now nothing but sundered, broken wood, tents destroyed, bodies burnt and charred and curled up in horrible, ever-gasping pain. The forest itself is flattened from the inside out, like a blast from the center of it just exploded outward. The trees all bent and snapped at the base. And in the center, where there once was that small pool of molten lava that you created the portal through and stepped into the elemental plane, there is a large, ominous, flickering gash between the planes that is roughly 30 to 40 feet in width and height, that is just pulsing as fire and magma pours out of it. You can see wandering imps and elementals and various entities slowly peeking out and escaping and wandering throughout the mountaintops. From what you can see, there are no signs of any survivors.
I need to start doing daily notes for this so that I can organize it better. I'm trying to think of even where to take a note about that. But now, say Inothansia. The Fire Shari. And now the Fire Fire Shari. Fire Shari tribe. Which the Fire Shari tribe now gone. In its place, large gash between the planes to the elemental plane of fire. He committed another genocide.
Destroyed everything. They've killed everyone.
Allura at this point, who pulls out of the ritual, reaches out and grabs you by the shoulders.
We failed.
And she looks you in the eyes, and for a moment, you feel like her normally warm and embracing face has gone cold and intense, and her voice seems to echo with an undercurrent of arcane focus and volume. She goes,
People failed. We failed.
Keyleth, you failed no one. This is not your doing. This burden is ours as a people to hold. Do not let this wash over you or he wins. This is their making. This is not yours. These creatures are evil, incarnate, and it is our job, our true calling, to end what they have done. Do not let this crush you. You are stronger than that. Pull yourself together. Your people, those that remain, they stand behind you.
I'm not as strong as you, Allura.
But you can be, and you will be. Do you trust me? Do you trust me?
Yes.
good. No grasp releases.
People.
And mine. And all of ours. There are many secrets in these lands. I'm a firm believer that there's always a way to victory, if we're smart about it, and we're quick about it. Now, I think we should look for survivors. Gather those we know can rally to our cause. In Imon and beyond. What say you?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
We either stand now or we might as well be dead.
So we're definitely not going to wish on this skull then? Yeah.
I would recommend against it.
Yeah, I stand.
Very well. Let us prepare the fall of the Chroma Conclave. Together. And that's where we'll end our session for tonight.
Fucking A.
Hey guys! D&D's fun!
You'll never be fun again! Everything's ruined!
Hey, we're all cows!
We're all got 56 to 301.
Back when things were so much simpler.
Be sure to buy a t-shirt over on Geekos. Wow. In Sam's honor.
Hell.
Brought to you by Wormwood Gaming. Specifically designed to absorb tears.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
There you go.
So porous.
So porous.
So yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Can't we play longer?
Can we play longer?
What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. We ended on time.
We actually ended on
That's the
time.
first time we've ever ended on time.
Wow,
Session
that
got
game
canceled.
felt
I
like
don't even have to wake
20
up.
hours.
Yeah. It was originally supposed to be a 3-hour show, but it never quite that way.
It never started that way.
I know. We tried. We try. We mostly fail, but occasionally we get it right. So, I mean, I'd say I'm sorry for the emotional roller coaster.
But you're not.
Matt, that was fucking awesome. That was awesome.
This
Aside
is
from the death.
welcome.
I would have kicked your ass, by the way. I'm just throwing that out there.
You're gonna put that out
I picked up the poker because I didn't want to hurt you. Throwing that out there.
My plan was to
Put that on
take
the
that
back
skull and run like a fucking football player.
Go full on Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
Dun-dun,
Oh my
dun-dun.
god, I would have been in the heart of a mon, shoving it up the red dragon's nose.
Welcome to the new story arc.
Oh,
Yay!
Oh my god, so much snot.
Yeah. Oh man.
everything.
When do I level up?
No.
I'm gonna go find a corner to rock back and
We
forth.
would have been working in a lich's sugar mine if you had done that.
Nah, we
Yeah,
all
but
would have
the
been. We
world
would have been
war just
kings
like-
and queens. We'd been drinking ice mochas.
No, I was more afraid of us wishing ourselves out of existence.
Yeah.
I wish there were no more dragons and no more
It
people
was
and
such a
anything
bad
ever.
deal. I said no. Like, can you imagine how bad of a deal that must have been?
That's a good point.
I was really looking for a reason to say yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
So he vetoed it.
It turns out it was just like a fucking lame ass pirate. Fuck that. We don't want to be indebted to some shithead pirate who
It was
died like
Mitzelplicknick. Nothing good happens when you let
Mitzelplick.
Mitzelplicknick out of the goddamn skull.
Mixelplitnik? There is one vowel in that word. What are we doing here?
It was kind of fun. I set a time for myself to when she was going to arrive, and I was like, "Oh man, what's going to happen before she gets there?"
That's amazing.
Yeah, I was like, I was
Wow.
like, and as you guys kept delaying, I'm like, she might actually catch him in time.
She would have just walked in and we're just like beating the
DC villain. I see.
shit out of each other.
It all would have gone to hell if you.
You don't know what would have happened.
Oh.
You don't know.
I would have saved the world. That's what would have happened. Fucking one.
None of you have heard.
I would have been King
Where'd you
Grog.
think you in
I would have
your
gotten a
travels?
cape. I would have had a bunch of like harem people taking care of me, giving me sponge baths with the tongues.
I was gonna carve my name in your nuts.
I wouldn't object to that.
Again, I was gonna gender swap. I just wanted like Percy was gonna become Persina.
I wish I was a woman.
My sister
Still
wants a
have the
sister.
dragon problem, but now we have a
Yeah. He said Matt was on a timer. I think he means a literal timer. Like, I think the way that I took that was like he said she's gonna show up at fucking like 9:02. That's the way I took it. Yeah.
dragon and a pirate
Go.
bitch.
Wow.
The Rolo sisters. Glad you can make it, Ashley. You should make it every week.
Nudge,
Does
nudge.
this mean I am like the last druid to make the armante to...
Chosen
You don't know.
one.
There might have been one
There's
after you.
gotta be some other ones.
From what you saw,
There's this one
the fire shari were decimated. You saw a number of bodies. You don't know if any escaped.
I was
You
about to say, yeah, you don't know. There might be some more. Might be some hiding. Yeah.
don't know if any were hidden. You don't know what happened. You just at that location, it is just desolation. And you get the sense from that is precisely the place where Thordak re-entered
I'm
the
wondering
plane.
about the other locations though too.
I want to know about Whitestone. We have a lot of phone calls to
We
make.
have a lot of phone calls. Like, and he
They're all
could
dead.
have
Everybody's dead.
theoretically wiped my people off the face of the planet
She's an optimist.
Let me take
if they all busted through.
I can never. Does decimated mean that 1/10 survived, or that only 10% died? I can never remember which one decimated is.
yeah.
I know it's one of the two.
Yeah, that term has been largely misused in the current day vernacular.
I know.
Oh yeah.
10% died. That's what it is.
I
Okay,
love
right, yeah.
misusing vernacular.
Wow.
You abuse your
Misusing vernacular is Grog's favorite pastime.
Great
Crazy
fucking
times.
story, Matt. Holy
Awesome.
shit. Holy shit. You had trees and stuff.
Why you gotta be a dick, man?
Yeah, as we're discovering that the white battle mats don't pick up as well as the cameras and the colors, I'm trying to use other options whenever possible.
It
So
worked. The green was
Yeah, it's
amazing.
really nice.
Blow with green.
so I'm gonna be trying to push more on that. It's a little more work on my end, it'll be fun. But
Tell
yeah,
me more, sadist.
Woo! All right. Mark of a true epic. Cooleth lived in peace until the Fire Nation attacked. Exactly. We said everything about this was planned. Yeah. I mean, I didn't like really. I didn't disagree. Like, I thought I like the I thought that the plan was about like you mean like about like Vorugal like coming around and then like you know, whatever. Like, yeah, I thought it was all like a cutscene. Yeah, I agree. Oh my gosh, yeah, we finally cleared out the cursed episode. Oh my gosh. Matt confirmed during a random Q&A when a fan asked what would have happened if they did use the skull. Makes it so fun with how they interacted with it. Oh yeah, definitely don't tell me what would have happened. And then everyone died. The end. We did it! The opposite of that, the Fire Nation lived in peace until Matt Mercer attacked, yeah. I think the only thing I need to clean up the notes. I need to clean up my own notes. But really the only thing I want to clarify, there was a big set of interactions, right? Like there was a big set of interactions during Story of Vox Machina in regards to the Winter's Crest, where this new character, no, it's not in here. Oh gosh, I'm gonna need to clean all this up. Is it in Thordax? No. I have no idea where I even put it. That's the even thing. Yeah, I don't even know where I fucking put it. But about the old dragon that they killed. The old dragon that they killed. Oh, it was in Vorugal's article. But Sky Sunder. Sky Sunder. I need to create one for him. I want to look more into Sky Sunder because there was a really a couple of like wizards that they were interacting with during that whole section. I want to rewatch the Brim Scythe section, and I want to rewatch this. Now we know the name Sky Sunder session, which also again Sky Sunder, absolutely following the naming trope. But let's see. Okay. Story of... Well, I got it directly linked to me because I think like the actual video is like privated now. But I can go back and get it. I think John sent me the link a little bit ago. There it is. Boop. Okay, so Brim Scythe. Wait. Am I... okay, yeah.
The grandest of adventures often stem from
Drake Thunderbrand? Drake Thunderbrand is Allura's buddy. So this was Little God. This is where they fought Little God. Then Lich, where these two had phylacteries. Missing Chill... Wait. Rumors of missing children begin to reach the party's ears. I think that was the Emperor stuff. I think that was separate. Oh, wait. I just realized you guys can't see it. Oops.
Dresvina, who wishes to pay handsomely for the party to infiltrate an Archmage's tower and retrieve a particular brass box within. Pushing forward in the hopes of speaking with this Archmage, the party...
Dresvina. Yeah, I need to... One second. Dresvina hired the party to retrieve brass box.
He accepts, deciding not to steal from the Archmage, but instead parley with him for his aid. The tower's keeper, Realmseer Eskelrine Darien...
Escalrindarian? Have I heard that separately? Archmage Escalrindarian. So these two wizards have beef. Where are they again? I totally skipped that. So they go from the phylactery.
The ragtag group of mercenaries in the swamp town of Stillben, eking out a living.
Stillben.
When a job board posting brings them to Fendril Voss, the wealthy head of a small merchant empire.
Fendril Voss? Oh, Fendril Voss.
Hired to investigate new competition in town called the Myriad. The path eventually leads them into a chamber housing a planar. It is revealed that the contract was a ruse to feed the party to the undead fetal deity. Upon destroying the abomination, the party returns to repay Fendril's deceit with a blade to the throat.
Weeks pass, and Grog the Barbarian hasn't been seen since suddenly leaving for the city of Westrun. Heading there in search of him, the party meets his childhood friend.
Westrun. So Westrun is where the Dresvina, Escalrindarian stuff all goes down. Happens in Westrun. Okay.
And their new
That's what I wanted to
and had marched off on his own through the Bramblewood towards the ominous mountain, Gatshadow. The party followed. Dispensing with a troop of within, they encountered an abandoned the real Lichdom. And they also rumors at a local who wishes to pay hands brass box, deciding not Power's key to collect 2 items he requires for the ritual. Green for his aid. The tower's keeper, Realmseer Escalrindarian, agrees to help, and sends the party to collect 2 items he requires for the ritual. The skull of a nightmare and the...
He is a realm seer. Sounds like it could just be a normal ass name, but when we're dealing with planers and, planar entities, different planes of existence, realms in general, Eskel hires them to retrieve just stuff for a ritual.
But instead parley with him for his aid. The tower's keeper, Realmseer Escalrindarian, agrees to help, and sends the party to collect 2 items he requires for the ritual.
Oh, the ritual for Grog. Right. Okay.
The skull of a nightmare and the heart of a nymph. The caveat: their defeated foe is indeed a lich now, and in merely 2 weeks he will be reborn within Grog. They travel north to the Umbra Hills, wrestle with a small cult to slay their infernal messenger and his nightmare steed, and find a friend.
Only good dragon's a dead dragon. Have you seen how into this you are, mate? I feel like all the puzzle pieces are there. I feel like I can figure it out, and I'm always interested in a puzzle I feel like I can figure out.
Fresh companion in Percy, newly freed from imprisonment. From there,
it's
the
Percy.
party rushes south to the Frostweald, a forest shrouded in eternal winter. Battling past basilisks, the dimensional sanctuary. Talking their way out of battle, greeted by the beautiful creature.
The ritual is completed and the phylactery destroyed in time, but not without some lingering necromancy branded within Grog. They are suddenly approached by the mysterious elf again, saying his master is unhappy with the broken contract, and he demands that either the debt be paid or the party complete a more difficult contract in its place. The party accepts and heads into the Shade Barrow, an ancient druid burial chamber that was purchased and renovated by an eccentric lord who made it his own tomb. Fighting the denizens of the barrow, they locate the tomb and the iron golem guarding it. Successfully defeating the golem, they tear the arcane cortex from its chest and return it to Dres to square their debt. After a bit of R&R, a clean-shaven dwarf named Grimthorn propositions the group to enter a nearby underground fighting ring, even offering to represent them. The party agrees and, not surprisingly, manages to pull off a victory. During Winter's Crest arriving, the town bustles with preparation for a festival, during which a strange blue crystal is delivered in the name of Archmage Eskel.
crystal in the name of Eskel is delivered. Fuck is this Eskel dude? I feel like he might be our missing piece. A strange blue crystal in the name of Eskel is delivered to the town. But the crystal's not a crystal.
This crystal suddenly detonates, freezing the entire populace of Westron in ice, though the party is protected by a sudden ally in the streets. In a last-ditch, arcane effort, a mystic merchant named Noja manages...
Noja. Strange blue crystal in the name... delivered to the town in the name of Eskel. Wait. Is delivered to the town in the name of Eskel, but crystal is not a crystal and freezes everything except the party because a rando named Noja saves them.
In a last-ditch, arcane effort, a mystic merchant named Noja manages to shield the group from harm. And where the crystal previously rested, now stood a pale, nude woman of white hair and frail physique. She opens a portal and leaps through, the party giving chase into what seems like an icy, frozen world, chaotic and elemental in nature. They catch up to the woman, who then reveals her true self, a great white dragon. Weakened by her premature rebirth, the party manages to defeat her, and upon returning to Westron, discover its people released from their icy prison. With the Archmage Eskel Reindarian now on trial for the attack on Westron, the party intercedes and proves his innocence. In thanks...
Why? Okay, wait. After they defeat Sky Sunder, they prove Eskel's innocence? Why?
Eskel uses his talents to investigate the source of the blue crystal.
Okay, so blue crystal is actually from the Clasp, which is his
revealing the powerful society of thieves, known as the Clasp, responsible for its delivery. Vax, having previously been a member of the Clasp...
I'm reading through the transcript while investigating. They do a few odd jobs. One of which leads them to the home of Sildor. So Sildor is an Amon? No, he is here as an ambassador to Syngorn. Okay, that's a note. Sildor, Twins' dad, ambassador in Iman from Syngorn. Got it. Syngorn, okay. Syngorn, the elven city of their origin, to seek aid from Taldore, the political climate. Connection with the council has now gone missing. Hires the party to look into his missing ally, Sir Gregory Fince. Doesn't seem to matter. They find a dark presence, leading them into battle with demons. Sir Gregory's tortured corpse is found, and his notes about the attempted assassination on Uriel and his family. I don't think that's important. Vex pronounced it in the video as Syngorn. Okay. General Krieg thwarted the attempt on the assassination. General Krieg. Half the party falls into a trap. Certain clever hag named Trista barters for information on how to escape. Enslaving the nested denizen. With the Umber Hulk. Tossed from the cavern ceiling. Maybe it depends on the accent. It's fair. Shadowy figure attack. Class headquarters. Meeting with one of their leaders or spirelings named Modeth. The Clasp at Sir Gregory's home under surveillance, as bad political stuff can be difficult for the way the Clasp does business. And when our heroes were leaving, they had to be interrogated. He reveals his membership with the Clasp. Modeth calls for... Wait, but they didn't ask them about the fucking crystal?
With one of their leaders, leaves to seek out a map of the sewers. Ew. While Vax and Pike notice they are being followed through the town. Leading the pursuers into an alley, the shadowed figures attack, eventually knocking them both out. Vax and Pike awaken within the Clasp's headquarters, meeting with one of their leaders, or spirelings, named Modeth. The Clasp had Sir Gregory's home under surveillance, as bad political stuff can be difficult for the way the Clasp does business. And when our heroes were spotted leaving, they had to be interrogated. Vax reveals his membership to the Clasp sect in Westrin, and Modeth calls for a test of their skills and intent. Pike and Vax are then forced to do battle with a chained chimera in the...
So it seems like they either just didn't mention it in here or completely forgot that that's why they went to Amon in the first place. Which is fair. That it could be what happened. They might have completely forgotten about the Crystal Clasp connection. Seems...
Approaching the garrison, they have an audience with General Krieg, who seems nice and keenly interested upon learning of the Clasp's involvement.
Okay. Krieg is interested in the Clasp's general involvement in the pre-stream quests and events. The Amon Clasp is also who was going to smuggle Daxio out of the city over to Marquette.
He also mentions the difficulty in talking with Uriel since the attack, and is sad about the death of Sir Gregory, but warns to leave the investigation to the officials. Vox Machina then heads to the palace to try their hand at speaking with Uriel, but entry is barred. They find another is being prevented from entering.
Yeah, it's all about Allura. After 7 days of being kept, the party finds and released from the tower. Oh, it's Scanlan. Make an alliance. Scrying ritual. Uriel's wife under the influence of the Force. Using him of their father? The twins? Oh, of the two daughters in the sun. I see. Paying a visit to the Clasp. Confrontation with spiraling Modeth. The battle ends with Modeth's head on the floor and four strange
The battle ends with Modeth's head on the floor, and four strange glowing crystals he had been keeping, now stolen by the party.
Okay. Party eventually kills Modeth, Clasp, spiraling leader, and steal four strange glowing crystals. One of which I believe Scanlan traded back to them during episode 35 or something.
They attempt to leave, but are met by a host of Clasp members and another dangerous-looking spiraling.
Put a link to the Discord video where Jim Hartley explains his PvP rules. Oh, gotcha. Cool.
Scanlan's deft lies and coercion, the party is allowed to leave unharmed before their deeds are discovered. They return to Allura's tower, only to find the front door ajar, and the...
Okay. Magical defense, it begins to crumble, it all goes into a pearl. They enter the home of General Krieg, teleportation circle, transport to a distant cavern, frost-covered mountains. There are 4 obsidian orbs placed within the rock. Okay. which we've talked about this recently. Krieg's lair has 4 obsidian orbs placed within the rock. They brought that up this episode.
Across the room are 4 obsidian orbs placed within the rock. One is touched.
Only one.
And a giant eye appears from within the black crystal. A voice erupts, calling for a brim scythe, and noticing the unfamiliar folk mentions, "Intruders, I know your face now. He is a fool, and so are you, insect." The orbs all crack
Okay. So in that case, it does seem like Brimscythe was the other member of the Chroma Conclave. It'd be so weird because that's what Raishan says to them. Is like, I know your face. One orb has eyeball that calls out for Brimscythe. And says it knows their face now.
simultaneously, becoming inert.
Is the orb thing like a phone? Seems like.
Grog dives right in,
Rage
raging, who appears at the teleportation circle, that of a frightening blue dragon.
The battle is difficult, with many an ally nearly devoured. But eventually, Vax strikes immortal pillars of the cavern in his death throes.
Probably barely escapes, leaving Krieg's home. The evil it feeds is growing more bold. Dark clouds. Uriel sits upon the throne. They fucking free him. Devil Prince named Jurizel. Yeah, no, we're chilling. That's fine. So it actually doesn't seem like... I remember Brimscythe being more involved with the demonic plot, but it seems like coincidence. It actually seems like he might have been trying to stop the demonic plot, actually. It seems like Brimscythe only killed them, or only wanted to kill them because they discovered his identity and his stuff. Why did they go into General Krieg's house? Wait, I'm at 17. Why did they go into General Krieg's house? They used the teleportation circle. The party manages to escape. Allura's ivory monolith is now compacted. Our heroes then locate and enter the home of General Krieg. Why did they do that? Because he was just weird? Is there a reason that they did that? I don't think there was. Approaching the Yersin, who seems keenly interested upon learning the class involvement. Yeah. That's kind of weird. Huh. Okay. Right. And then Pike gets resurrected. The party recalls the 4 glowing orbs they recovered from the Clasp headquarters, now identified as soul jars. Ah, okay. So the fucking... Okay, so that's not what he traded back. So that doesn't really... Well, it kind of matters. The Clasp was clearly directly involved with the demonic invasion, as they had the family's souls in jars. This is interesting. He thanks them all for their bravery, welcomes them, informs them to throw another Winter's Crest festival to make up for the one ruined. And here, via the assassination, they will be celebrated as heroes. He also commissioned a construction of a keep. A week later, the festival begins. The black hair and golden eyes, which then leads them to the Emperor. Golden armored man with long black hair, 4 children chained to at the neck to his breastplate. He attacks with fierce magic. The Dread Emperor. Sorry, not just the Emperor. The Dread Emperor. 6 months of peace follow. Okay. They name it Grayskull. I don't think there's anything else. Or their friend Arcanist. And then she hires them for Chemo Vor. Interesting. So, to me, what I'm picking up on here. This blue crystal they never fucking tracked down. They never actually got to the bottom of what the fuck was going on with the blue crystal. The blue crystal was from the Clasp. People that confirmed were working with the demonic invasion. And that Brim Scythe was interested in. That's the thing that's interesting to me. Brim Scythe was curious about the Clasp's involvement. They never actually got anything from the Clasp. They never got any information about the blue crystal. And the Clasp was the ones shuffling good old Daxio out. Also, we don't know shit about Dresvina and his master. Could be something, could be nothing. Also, the Skull of a Nightmare sounds an awful lot like the skull that they have now. And Eskel hired them to retrieve that. And why would the Clasp pin it on Eskel in the first place? I don't know. This rewatch is pinning a lot of shit on the Clasp for me. A lot of shit. Huh. I think between streams, I'm going to try to organize this all a little bit into a bit more of a nice graph. We've got a little bit of a convoluted one now, but I think I'm on the track. I think steeped in mystery for sure. Oh yeah. And I think I can crack it. I think I can crack the case. We'll see. We finished. Now I feel like we've actually finished. Because I wasn't done theorizing. You gotta understand. Gotta understand. I can't wait for it to become full Pepe Sylvia. I don't know what that means, but me too. BG2 of you, this is very much confirming to me that you might not want to watch Legend of Vox Machina yet. How they adapted certain things might spoil either by changes or omissions. Interesting. Yeah, that's fair. Like, if, for example, they omitted the fact that the blue crystal was from the Clasp, that would be pretty telling to me. Yeah. I'm not saying, like, I think you were perfectly vague, no problems, but yes, that is exactly the sort of thing that, like, would definitely, if that was the case, that would definitely confirm or deny some things. Or, like, if they left out that, like, Eskel was the one that was framed, that would be telling, because it would basically imply that he doesn't matter. You know? So yeah, I can definitely see if some things were omitted or contained, yeah. Pepe Sylvia is the red string crazy guy. Oh! All I know is the Charlie Day red string crazy guy, but I'm sure that the Charlie Day one was satirizing Pepe Sylvia. Yeah, I meant as a fully general vague. Yeah, no. Like I said, I think you were totally good. Yeah, I am absolutely agreeing though. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to organize that a little bit before the next stream. Right now, I am thinking, currently, half eps next week. But I don't, I don't want to, I want to do a full episode next week, but it might be good. No, let's do another ep tonight. No shot. It's the same thing. Oh, it's about Pepe Sylvia. I see. Okay. No, I can feel my voice going. I'm going to have such a cohesive theory when we come in on Monday. It's going to blow your mind. How cohesive and spot on this theory is going to be. Because I'm putting together the pieces. I feel like I am really on the right track. Is it crazy that I have that level of confidence? Can't wait for Monday, spending another 2 hours pre-ep talking about a theory. Look, if I get it all organized, I should be able to take you through it lightning fast. It's when I'm developing it in the moment that it takes so long. But I can put some prep time into it. Half eps must protect the voice. Yeah, I think it's gonna be half eps, especially because this weekend is St. Patty's Day, so I'm gonna be like talking a lot tomorrow, and then I'm running Bit D on Sunday, so it'll probably be good for my voice. I don't think you know the meaning of fast and concise. What? What do you mean? I think I know. I mean, I know the meaning of them, even if I don't respect them. All right. Well, how's that for a fast and concise outro? I will see you all on Monday. And that's all. And goodbye. Thank you for joining.